Shen Mo's ancestral grave blew sky high, which is to say, his luck did. He bought a double colorball lottery ticket and hit 30 million. He didn't tell his girlfriend. He went straight out and bought a Porsche Panamera, then a top-floor luxury flat in Sea City, and sank into a sofa worth 6 figures, feeling a satisfaction he'd never known in his life. He fell into a deep sleep fast. When he woke the next morning, just as he was about to share the good news, a message from Shun Qinghan landed first. Chinamo, I'll be honest with you. I've slept with 99 men. One more, and you'll be wearing your 100th set of horns. You love me so much, I'm sure you won't mind. I stared at it, my skull buzzing. My elated heart crashed straight to the floor. And just as I was about to fire back and curse the woman out, a wave of vertigo took me, my blood roared, and my vision went black. When I opened my eyes again, SSSS, so cold. A ramshackle little cabin, full of holes, creaking, freezing wind, and snow knifing in through the gaps. Maybe 10 square meters, almost no insulation. The only other thing was a stove with a weak flame, and above it, a prompt. Time to extinguish. 29 minutes, 58 seconds. Where the hell did I get dumped? Is this even Earth anymore? Where's my lottery money? Where's my mansion? I sat there bewildered, shivering, reaching to pull my coat tighter, and found I was in pajamas. Then a cold, emotionless mechanical voice. Welcome to the frozen tundra. Daytime temperature here is -10 Celsius, nighttime, -20. To survive, never let the stove in front of you go out. Lose it and you lose your shelter, left to beg others for protection. During the 7-day grace period, raise the level of your cabin and stove as much as possible. The higher your shelter's level, the better you'll weather the disasters to come. After the 7-day grace period, zombies and calamity creatures will appear on the ice plain. Be on guard. Reminder, 1 million resource box has been distributed. Find resource boxes to build up your shelter. And finally, good luck surviving. In 1 month, there'll be a surprise. It clicked. I'd been pulled into an apocalypse game. 20 years a workhorse, finally 28, finally a lottery win. And the universe slammed the great equalizer down on my whole life. You're messing with me, I groaned. At least let me enjoy it first. I wasn't alone in that thought. A panel surfaced, a regional channel, already boiling over. What's happening? Where am I? Wasn't I in the shower? Why am I in a cabin with no clothes? So cold. And in the top corner, a counter, 3,481,002/3,500,000. My stomach dropped. 3.5 million was Sea City's entire population. The 3.48 meant nearly 20,000 people had hit the ground dead the instant they arrived. The whole city had been teleported in. I watched the number tick down, my face going grim. Wasn't there supposed to be a 7-day grace period? But I'm a glass half full guy. I thought I was the only unlucky one dragged in. Turns out everyone is. Sea City had plenty of people worth 100 million plus. So my 30 million, looked at that way, isn't such a loss after all. Then another prompt. Congratulations, host, on not dying on arrival. Given that you just won the lottery, your luck is overflowing, yet you never got to enjoy life. So as compensation, you received the fortune and misfortune hint system. Random fortune hints granted. Today's hint, great fortune. An auspicious start. Out the door, turn left, walk 30 meters. Under a snowdrift is buried a gold resource box. Open it for a haul. The system had arrived. Anyone who reads this kind of story knows. A protagonist without a system is embarrassed to call himself a crosser. Not surprising. And there was a box right nearby. Sure, I was in pajamas at -10 in falling snow. I'd last maybe 10 minutes out there. But I also knew, if the stove went out, I died anyway. Early or late, that was the only difference. So no hesitation. I followed the hint out of the cabin. Outside was an endless frozen plain, cold wind and goose feather snow, white as far as the eye could see, eerily silent. I half suspected beasts were out there. And cold. So cold the breath wanted to freeze the instant it left me, with only a thin layer of pajamas on. But there, deep in the snow, a glinting gold box. Open. A flash of gold, and a prompt. Obtained. Positing extreme cold down jacket. White, +1. Thermal underwear set, +1. Cold +100. Sharp axe +1. Tier, 2 shelter blueprint, gold, +1. White positing down jacket. withstands temperatures to -25. Thermal underwear, raises body temperature 5 degrees on use. Coal, stove essential. 1 coal runs a tier, 1 stove for 1 hour. Sharp axe, attack +70, durability 100, recovers 1 durability per minute. Tier, 2 shelter blueprint, gold quality. Gather enough materials to upgrade to a tier 2 shelter. Gold trait, auto repair shelter. That's a lot. Seeing the haul, I was stunned. 100 hours of coal right off the bat, and a down jacket. I pulled it on fast, and warmth rolled through me, color returning to my pale face. Budgeting, pricey, but no complaints. It wasn't enough, though. A tier 1 cabin didn't block the wind at all. I checked the blueprint's requirements. Tier 2 gold shelter blueprint. Needs wood ×20, iron ore ×20. On upgrade, the ramshackle cabin becomes a sturdy cabin shelter. Area doubled. Defense +100, durability +1000. Gold trait. Repair, recover 1 durability per second. The trait's level rises with the cabin's level. A built-in gold trait and a repair trait, 1 durability a second. That changed my whole expression. Durability was simple. If someone attacked your cabin and durability hit 0, you lost all defense, lost the shelter. But 1 per second repair was another matter. By ordinary human stats, 1 punch took off about 5 durability. Figure 10 seconds to wind up a punch. You'd break it slower than the shelter mended itself. And in 7 days, when ice plane creatures came, that repair would be critical. Upgrade. I have to upgrade. No hesitation. I grabbed the axe and ran to a big tree beside the cabin. 15 meters tall, lush and green, even under snow. You'll do. I swung. Crack. Tree vitality -80. Another swing. -80. 2 hits, and the tree groaned and started to topple. I stared at the axe. This thing's a mountain splitter. A 15-meter tree, only 240 vitality, 80 a swing. 3 swings a tree. Sure enough, 1 more 80, and the trunk crashed down, shaking the ground. Wood +2. I was pleased. At this rate, 10 more trees, 30 swings, done. What I didn't realize was that my axe was absurd. Ordinary players who'd landed couldn't even harvest materials, let alone with a blade like this. First move out of the gate, a gold box. I was a step ahead of everyone. On the regional channel, all of Sea City was wailing. My stove's dying, what do I do? Relax, I just found a box outside. Got coal +2, 2 more hours. For real. Envy everywhere. A lucky few had pulled instant noodles, ham sausage, water. Most had nothing. I've been out here 10 minutes. Nothing but white in every direction. One of those, I'm 168, 55 kilos. I'll do anything for help. Messages got shot down fast. It's the apocalypse and you're still on that? Go find food first. Seeing their state, I understood my edge. They can't even find 1 coal. I've got 100. I chopped harder, felled 6 more trees. Wood +2. Remaining wood, 12. And then a wave of dizziness hit. I steadied myself on a trunk. Why am I lightheaded? Low blood sugar? A prompt. Your hunger has dropped to 40. Find something to eat. I pulled up my info. Name, Chunemo sex, male. Shelter level, LV1. Spirit, 10. Normal human baseline. Physical defense, 10. Magic resistance, 10. Strength, 10. Move speed, 5. Hunger, 30/100. Replenish food to restore hunger and stamina. Items, sharp axe, gold LV2 shelter blueprint, wood ×12, bozzetting down jacket ×1, thermal underwear ×1, coal ×20. Chopping had burned my hunger down. That was the dizziness. Work makes you hungry? Who designed this? But where to find food out here, in a white waste that might be plain or forest? Then it hit me. The regional channel had a trading post. I opened it. Sure enough, a wall of buy orders, all for one thing, coal. In the frozen tundra you can eat less, but once the stove dies it never relights, meaning you lose the right to upgrade your shelter and end up out in the cold, forced to depend on others. So everyone wanted coal. Buying coal, I'll pay 1,000,000 yuan. Replies piled under it. Gonna spend dead world money in the living world? Are you? I've got a Ferrari 488, trade for 10 coal. Someone teleported mid-drive, gear and all. Shot down too. What good's a Ferrari here? Got fuel. Coal's gold right now. Food and coal were the hard currency. Lucky for me, I had 100 coal, so I could keep chopping. I listed sell coal ×2, and the whole trading post detonated. Someone's actually selling the stuff that keeps you alive? Brother, do you not know how important coal is? I've played frozen survival games. Coal is gold. Don't upgrade your shelter, and you're finished. Genuine warnings. But others snapped back. He wants to sell? Mind your business. Brother, I'll take it. What do you need? I've got clothes. Chinemo, clothes? No, I've got clothes. I want food. That word lit it up. Someone DM'd it once. Chindayo. Brother, I've got 2 ham sausages trade. Chinemo 2? Too few. I want a whole pack. Chindayo. Are you insane? Where would I get a pack? I found a box, only 8 total. Forget it. Chinemo. Hey, you didn't even haggle. How do you know I won't go lower? Chindayo. Really? Then 6? Chinemo deal. Chindayo. Got too greedy, he must have thought. But his stove was dying, so he rushed it through. 6 ham sausages landed in my inventory. Ham sausage, plus 10 hunger each. Only 10 apiece. 6 didn't even fill the bar. So I listed another coal. I had 100. I'd find more after the upgrade tomorrow. The post blew up again. You're still selling? How much coal do you have? Did you find a coal vein? Chinemo, same as before. I want food. DMs flooded in. A pack of instant noodles, a frozen water bottle. Too little. Until one stood out. Brother, 6 ham sausages. The name, Chindayo. Aren't you out? Better safe than sorry. He laughed awkwardly. Can we trade? This guy clearly had supplies, just no coal. I added 2 cups of noodles to the ask. He agreed cheerfully. 12 ham sausages and 2 noodle cups later, my stamina was topped off. Hunger restored to 100. I rolled my arm. Feel like I could drop a calf. I grabbed the axe, lined up another tree. 80, 80, 80. After 2 food top-ups, the last tree crashed down, and my wood hit 20. Wood had 2 uses: burn it in the stove or build. Burn wood in the stove? Please. Chop it by hand for that. Not happening. Wood done. Now or had 3 sources. Lucky box drops. Mining it yourself. Brutal. Harder than wood. My hunger couldn't sustain it, or the trading post. With coal, anything was for sale. I listed coal ×1, noting 1 coal for 1 ore. Comers welcome. The post went nuclear. You're still selling. Where is all this coal from? People started demanding to friend me. Big bro, are you short a hand? I waved it all off. I just want ore. But people caught on. Why is he trading coal for ore? Wait, did he pull a blueprint? Wants to hit a tier 2 shelter? That stopped everyone cold. An hour in, and you're upgrading to tier 2 already? What monstrous luck. One guy. I pulled a green LV2 blueprint too. Needs 10 wood, but I can't chop by hand. How'd you do it? I ignored them. Just ore. Then a girl named Li Muyao DM'd, timid. I've got 20 ore. Trade for 40 coal? My brow rose. Haggling with me. Dream on. Plenty of people are already messaging me. 20 or gets you 10 coal now. She'd meant to push the price up, hoping for 24, 20, and instead got hit with 241. Brother, that's so harsh. But I wasn't stupid. Or you can dig with a tool. Coal is a survival necessity. Decide. Or's just rock. Coal saves your life. 10 coal, 10 hours, not bad. She wavered, then agreed. 20 or mine. Now I had wood, ore, and the blueprint. Congratulations, all upgrade materials acquired. Upgrade? Upgrade. A blinding flash of gold, and the ramshackle cabin became a sturdy one, walls fused with iron ore, and clearly bigger. Shelter, LV2, sturdy cabin. Stove, LV2, sustains 4 people, consumes 1 coal/hour. Floor area, 20 SQ meters. Walls, sturdy wood and iron ore fusion, repels cold wind, ordinary beasts, zombie attacks. Condition, 100%. Durability, 1100. Defense, 100. Defenses, none. Trait, repair, gold recover 1 durability per second. Double the floor space. I stepped in. The cabin transformed, clean and new. Even my fancy sofa looked at home now. With the stove roaring, the far corners hit 15 degrees, and near the fire a stunning 30. Yes, absolutely yes. Ice and fire, 2 worlds. I let myself enjoy it, then cooled down. The grace period ended in 7 days. This wasn't enough. Keep upgrading. And though I had 80 hours of coal, nearly 4 days, I was down to 2 noodle cups and 1 water bottle. I needed more coal to trade for resources. Night was coming. The frozen tundra warned, "Don't go out at night. Stay quiet. Unidentified creatures roam." So I holed up. Sure enough, after dark the north wind howled like wailing ghosts. Good thing I upgraded to LV2. I thought. That old cabin would have left me frozen stiff by morning. Then, through the wind, a grating sound, like metal scraping the wooden door. My heart leapt into my throat, eyes locked on the door. Something's out there. I gripped the axe, tense. 7-day grace period, my foot. This wasn't safe at all. But the strange noise and low growl hesitated only a moment, took 2 durability off the cabin, and stopped. I exhaled. Worn out from the day, I curled up on the sofa by the fire and slept. Morning. White light flooded the window. I jumped up, dressed, and opened the regional channel. Survivors, 2,208,000/3,500,000. My heart sank. A single night, and that many gone. No coal, no shelter, plenty had died. Outside, by the door, strange footprints, roughly human. The wooden door, thanks to auto repair, was unmarked, but faint scratch lines remained, like sharp claws. The channel was buzzing about it. Anyone notice something weird last night? Something was clawing at my door. I don't dare go out. A beast? I'm a girl. How do I deal with that? Someone offered the usual. We're only 5 kilometers apart. Come to me. I'll protect you. You? Protect me? You want to heh? I ignored the chatter. Those things were frozen tundra creatures. No attack yet. Maybe the grace period. But after 7 days, they might come for the cabin. I need weapons. Traps. Then the daily hint. Another lovely day? You survived day 1 of the frozen tundra. Today's hint. Fine weather. Go out. Turn right. Follow the snow 3 kilometers to a crook-necked tree. Under it, a gold box. Another box. Gold again. The system's not bad. That's right, the system replied. Survive each day safely, and I'll give you a gold hint daily. A gold box every day? I'd read the rulebook overnight. Box tiers ran white, green, blue, purple, orange, gold. White was a wooden box, a scrap of resource, 1 sausage, 1 ore. Higher tiers multiplied quantity and quality. Gold was near the ceiling. A gold box every day? Then I'm basically invincible. No hesitation, I grabbed the axe and set off for the marked spot. Sure enough, under the crook-necked tree, a faint gold glow. I dug it out and opened it. Congratulations, gold box. Obtained. Coal times 100, common or times 10, compressed biscuits times 20, Nongfu spring water times 6, AWM sniper rifle times 1, Magnum 7.62 sniper rounds times 15. What? I blanked. An AWM sniper rifle? Coal, biscuits, water, fine, but a rifle? This was still the primitive era of the frozen tundra. People didn't even have stone axes yet, and I'd just pulled an AWM. I checked it. AWM sniper rifle, orange. Muzzle velocity, 936 meters per second. Effective range, 1500 to 1700 m, 1000 m energy, 1770 J, penetrates body armor/helmets. Damage, 1000. On the frozen tundra, a standard single-kill weapon, handles monsters with ease. Even I was rattled. Out here, nobody knew what they'd face next second. With just the sharp axe, I could barely defend myself. With this, my safety margin shot up. Only downside, low on ammo. 15 rounds. Enough to save my life for now. What I didn't notice, opening that gold box had triggered a regional broadcast in bright gold letters. Survivor Chin Mo, explosive luck, opened a gold box and obtained an orange weapon, AWM sniper rifle times 1. Big gold text, repeated 3 times, and the channel went off. A gold box and a sniper rifle. In a place like this, you don't know what danger's coming. Pull a sniper and you're set. I've been grinding all night and only made a stone axe. This guy's got an AWM. Search his name, friend him, grab the thigh. People started friend requesting in a flood, plenty of them women. Brother, I'm a streamer, take me along, I'll warm your bed. Brother, short a hand. My stove's dying, can I join you? And men, big bro, need a little brother? Bro, how'd you open a gold box? I want one too. None of it interested me. I smacked my forehead. Damn, forgot to turn on privacy. The panel let you hide your box opens and upgrades from the channel. Better the thief doesn't covet than steal. Being this flashy at the start was asking to be marked. I switched privacy on. Privacy enabled. Box opening and building upgrades will no longer broadcast. Satisfied, I hauled the loot home. 3 kilometers through snow took 2 full hours, and I learned walking burns hunger too. Doors shut, stove roaring. I held my hands to the fire and felt the warmth flood back. Nothing beats the cabin. If I didn't have to, I really didn't want to go out. But one sniper wasn't enough. 15 rounds, and once they're gone, the thing's a paperweight. So either find more ammo or build other weapons. Some simple bows and arrows, at minimum, were a must. Making a simple bow was the easiest thing, just wood, hemp rope, and ore, plus the blueprint. I'd also noticed everyone got the most basic blueprints with their cabin: simple bow, stone axe, slingshot. I was only short hemp rope, so I traded a coal for one at the post. Soon a crude bow was done. Simple bow. Quality white. Attack 30. Pierces an ordinary person's defense, badly wounds enemies or low-grade creatures. Effective range 30 meters. Arrows used, or 1 or per arrow. I made 10. Done. I tested the ugly thing on a tree outside. WHFF. Aim was off, but it punched in. Tree vitality -30. Low damage, but in a pinch, useful. Then, AWM slung, bow in hand. I headed out for supplies again. 3 hours, though, and all I turned up was 2 white boxes and 1 green. Ham sausage +1. Coal +1. Coal +3. I couldn't help laughing. 3 hours, 3 boxes, for coal total. No wonder the survival rate's so low. Who can grind through that? Work yourself to death outside, and not even net a day's coal. Just as I was about to keep looking, ding. Regional announcement. Surviving player Wang Zheyin has built a LV3 shelter, capacity 8. Players who've lost their shelter, seek refuge soon. The channel detonated. Someone built a LV3 already? One day in? Plenty of survivors hadn't even hit LV2, and even more had let their fires die. This guy hit LV3 in a day. Even I frowned. Day 2 a LV3? Not slow. Wang Zheyin spoke up. First LV3 shelter in the frozen tundra, now recruiting. Homeless survivors, or the strong and able. LV3 has 2 arrow towers that need defending. Requirement: bring 10 coal. Good-looking ones, 2 get in free. He even posted his coordinates. A shelter had a rule: join one, and you obey its owner, or he can throw you out. And those seeking refuge had to protect the owner, because if the owner died, the fire went out, and they were homeless again. Die, or attached to someone else. Clearly this Wang Zheyin was a capable man. He'd already gathered 3 people. No wonder he built so fast. But I wasn't in a hurry. I had a daily hint, a gold box every day. No need to partner up. At most I'd find a few laborers for the grunt work. Still, someone's already got a LV3. I'd better hurry and get a blueprint myself. Who knew if a LV2 could hold the first wave of monsters after the grace period? A quiet night, no attack. Day 3. First thing, I check survivors. 1,500,023/3,500,000. Down to 1.5 million. The death rate wasn't slow. At this pace, will there even be 1 million left after 7 days? And where do the dead go? All frozen. The more I thought, the more uneasy I got. No monster last night, but I decided to gather more boxes, ideally a LV3 blueprint to upgrade. The system chimed. Congratulations on surviving to day 3. Today's hint: heavy snow, but out the door, turn left, 1.5 kilometers, a small mound. A mysterious surprise. My eyes lit. Yesterday in AWM, what today? I dressed, fed the stove, took the AWM and the axe, and went. Sure enough, a gold box in the snow. Congratulations, gold box. Ham sausage +20, instant noodles +20, mutton +1 kilogram, coal +200, silver or +100, wood +20, machine gun bunker +1, ammo +600. Item: machine gun fortress, gold. Weapon: Maxim M1910 water-cooled heavy machine gun ×1, upgradable. Ammo ×600. Fire rate: 100 to 600 revolutions per minute. Effective range: 800, 1000 m. Damage: 800. A Maxim, and an auto-locking Maxim at that. My heart jumped. Even a Maxim was coming out now. Was this real? Granted, it looked ancient, a World War I/World War II relic, even mounted on a little two-wheeled carriage you could fix in place or roll around. But on the frozen tundra, an absolute weapon of mass destruction. Don't forget, other survivors were still on stone axes and crude bows. Drop a Maxim into that, and you're invincible. What beast or creature could get close? And the key thing, it was automatic, carrying a trait. Auto headlock. Gold. The machine gun fortress evolves as your shelter levels up, and on command can auto-lock and fire on heads. Save me the manpower entirely. This is why they call it a gold weapon. Others were on cold steel. I had an AI World War II Maxim. Only downside, low ammo. 600 rounds. At full auto, 2 minutes and it's empty. But used sparingly, enough. I hauled the lot home. Back at the cabin, I set the fortress just right of the front door. A hum and a half-meter-high bunker, 1.5 meters deep, materialized to the right. The Maxim's black muzzle poking out of an unobtrusive space, radiating death. Now I'm set. With a Maxim guarding the door, I felt safe like never before. Monster or rival survivor, anyone trying my shelter would be sieved in an instant. Still not enough. As a man with chronic firepower and defense anxiety, I wanted more. 10 of these, ideally, and the shelter pushed higher. Ding. A message. Li Muyao, the one I'd traded with before. Big bro, my stove's almost out. Do you have coal? Can you help? My mouth curved. Sure. What'll you trade? She jumped at it. I can trade, or 20 for 10 coal. No, I don't need, or any more. That stopped her cold. You don't want her? I'm LV2 already. What would I do with her? Common, or was it LV2 material? In my pack now it just took space. Then could you give me some free? Driven to begging. That amused me. Dream on, I'm not a savior. Trade something else. I don't have anything else. Yes you do. I'd meant her food. But then she dropped. I've got a LV3 building blueprint trade? That wiped the smile off my face. You've got a LV3? She said it on the board. LV3 trade blueprint, red. Upgrades a LV2 shelter to LV3. Area expands to 40 SQ meters. Defense raised to 2,000. Bonus, build 2 arrow towers. Red trait, unique grants a fire seed source attribute. Each shelter level produces 1 fire seed. A real LV3, but what's this red unique? I'd never heard of a red tier. New? And what's a fire seed? Can it build an extra shelter? Li Muyao shook her head. A total game novice, no idea, and she couldn't even use it. A LV3 blueprint needs you at LV2 first to gather the materials, and she didn't even have a LV2. A LV3 was useless to her. With only 2.5 hours of fire left, once the stove died, the blueprint became scrap. How much coal for it? I didn't really understand the thing either, but if it could build extra shelters, that was huge. Gold trait tier, maybe higher. Looking at my quiet 270 coal, I played reluctant. I don't have much left. How about 10? 10. She balked. Too few. A white LV2 blueprint goes for 20 at the post. Don't try to cheat me. Not stupid. I revised my opinion of her. Fine, 30. No more. She agreed at once, then added a condition. If my fire goes out, I come to you, and you take me in. She'd lined up her exit. After 2 trades, she'd decided I was sharp, but not actually bad. Unlike the bootlickers demaying her who offered nothing and just wanted her at their shelter. Agree, and the blueprint's yours. She shared coordinates, only 10 kilometers. Not too far. Eager to lock down the unusual blueprint, I sweetened it. Deal. Trade now. I'll send the coal. You can come anytime. I'll even give you a simple bow, so the road's a little safer. She was overjoyed. What a good guy. Gives away 30 coal goods just like that. I really didn't misjudge him, and traded. Congratulations, LV3 building blueprint, red unique, acquired. A faintly red glowing blueprint appeared in my hand. LV3 building blueprint, red, a unique item. Once used, binds to the survivor, non-transferable. Requires metal or times 200, wood times 100, silver or times 100. That's a lot. Wang Jiayan's posted LV3 needed only 30 metal, or why 200 for me? The system answered, it's about quality, host. The higher the blueprint's grade, the more materials needed, but the more functions too. That tracked. My LV2 had cost more than others, and now this was a red LV3. Bigger waves, pricier fish. Just do it. Same level cabins differed in quality. Obviously, I'd go for the best. I only had 100 silver ore and no metal ore, so I crafted a simple mining shovel and went to a nearby vein. 80, 80. My voice rang off the hillside, but not for long. 20 swings for 1 metal ore. I wiped sweat and checked. Need 200. That meant 2,000 swings. Are you trying to kill me? But for a LV3, I kept at it, and finally understood the value of numbers. 3 more people, and I'd be done in half a day. Still, metal or hit 70. 3 days, I'll have enough. Dusk coming. I didn't linger. Nighttime frozen tundra wasn't safe. Back at the cabin, that wall of heat hit me like the meaning of life itself. I shut the door, sank into the sofa, ate 2 ham sausages. 2 hours into rest, that rustling, low growling sound came at the door again. I snapped alert. A monster. I grabbed the AWM to peek through a gap and found the cabin had no windows at all. Awkward. From the door came that grating scrape of something sharp on wood. Right at the door. I considered opening it for a shot. The rules had said monsters were hard to kill but dropped surprise resources, far better than ordinary boxes. Then smacked my forehead. I have a Maxim. Why go out myself? I opened the shelter panel, found the Maxim, switched on lock mode. Outside, a dense burst, barely 1/100th of a second of fire poured out. Maxim ammo, 598/600. Silence outside. Just one. I didn't rush out. Who knew the situation? So I cut the auto lock to save ammo and waited for morning. Day 4. The sun crept up the eastern edge, a sunrise lending the unchanging frozen tundra a thread of warmth. Today, -12, night, -24. I dressed, axe at my waist, AWM up like a movie commando, and eased the door open. 5 or 6 meters out, a body shredded by Maxim fire. I'd thought it was another survivor, but up close it was a strange creature, the remnants a gray-white, desiccated state. A normal person, even shot up in last night's -20, would stay fresh. This had clearly been dead a long time. My first thought, zombie. There were zombies here. The channel confirmed it, people discussing their shelters being lightly attacked by unknown creatures, and someone identifying them as zombies. The whole frozen tundra blew up. Why are there zombies? I got back late last night, walked up and said hello. Turned out it was a zombie. You said hello? I shot it with a bow. Useless, it doesn't fear arrows. That rattled everyone. Arrows don't work? What if these attack shelters after the grace period? People got scared. 1 or 2, fine. But if dozens or hundreds show up, we're cooked. But some weren't afraid. The rules said it. These creatures are hard to kill, but the resource rewards are rich. That was Wang Jiayin, now with 8 people. If anyone's interested, come to my shelter. Before the grace period ends, I think we'll hit LV5, capacity 32. LV5 already. People crowded in, flattering, begging to join. But Jiayin's shelter wasn't easy to enter now. We need elites, fitness coaches, veterans. We killed 1 zombie. The reward was rich, but with 3 or 4 people it's brutal. We joined forces and barely managed 1. Admiration poured in. Reading him teach zombie killing on the channel, I glanced down at my own jigsaw puzzle zombie and didn't know what to say. Only, Maxim's awesome. Look at that. Others needed 6 people with bows to down 1 zombie. Mine, 2 Maxim rounds, 1/100th of a second, fight over. This is why cold steel can't compare to firearms. Get 10 of these, and I'd dare take on a city. Anyway, I'd spotted drops by the body. Pan ×1, for cooking. Maxim ammo ×10. Strength trait ×1, single use, +1 strength on use. Killing zombies dropped resources, and Maxim ammo, no less. But the prize was the strength trait. Good stuff. Strength traits raised your attributes. I hadn't expected zombies to give them. No hesitation, I used it. Strength +1. I felt it, swung my arm, a little stronger. Not bad. At this rate, if I kept killing zombies, could I grow into a Captain America type? In the frozen tundra, that'd mean far better survival. But I knew, if I can kill zombies for traits, so can others. To stay ahead, kill more. And my edge was the AWM and the Maxim. Others needed bows, I needed 1 shot. Still, the grace period meant few zombies for now, so I'd push the shelter to LV3 first, then deal with zombies after. So I went back to the vein for metal ore. Days of it, mining by day, home before dark, the odd rest. And after about 2 days, I hit 240 metal or 60 short of a LV3. Along the way, following hints, I dug boxes for plenty of supplies. The best a solar-powered DJI drone for scouting, excellent at night. And piles of food. I also found the system didn't just give smooth days, it warned of danger. On the far side of the mine, a large group of zombies, 50-some, including a Tier 3 zombie. Avoid the mine's north face. If I'd gone, even with the AWM, I'd be torn apart. Solo against 50+ was suicide, so I avoided it. Since each hinted box held a week's worth of supplies, I was spared hunting other boxes. Even mining all day and doing nothing else, my stores kept growing. Still, it was exhausting, and tomorrow was the last day, 60 short. I half thought about recruiting. Before dark, I checked the panel. Survivors at about 1.2 million. Only 300,000 gone these 3 days. The chat was a circus. Tree barks edible. No need to scavenge. Don't buy water, melt snow. There are ordinary beasts. Kill them for meat. But mostly refuge-seeking, as more fires died and people banded up. 2 more LV3 shelters had appeared, recruiting hard. Blood Rose, women only, 2 slots. Lone Wolf Alliance, forming a special squad, veterans and scouts only, 3 slots. None interested me. I just needed my own strength, gear, and shelter. Other survivors were labor, nothing more. Then a mailbox flag. Li Muyao, several messages. 10 hours ago. Big bro, my coal's almost out again, are you there? 8 hours ago. Phew, lucky me. Found 6 coal right outside, 6 more hours. 4 hours ago. 2 hours left. Your coordinates never came through. 2 hours ago. Traded for 5 more coal at the post. I feel like I'm done for. Where are you? You didn't con me, did you? I was speechless. This girl, couldn't she go find her own supplies instead of lying flat at home? Though credit where due, her luck was real. Lying around, and she'd lasted this long. Conveniently, I needed free labor. I'd dig the last of it in one go tomorrow. I shared coordinates. This is me. Come over. Li Muyao, meanwhile, was huddled in her drafty LV1 shelter, fire guttering, wrapped in a blanket and still cold. Only a tuft of hair showing, though the upturned, fair little nose marked her as pretty. That liar, that dead cheat, took my blueprint and ghosted me. She'd been messaging all day with no reply. A naive about-to-graduate student, she'd thought honesty earned honest returns, and instead got a harsh lesson the moment she landed. Took her blueprint, promised to take her in, and vanished. Worst of all, she'd forgotten to ask his coordinates. Then, ding, Shin-mo, with coordinates. Her eyes lit. I knew it, my judgment's good, this big bro's reliable. But, it's nearly dark, going now isn't safe. She hesitated, and Shin-mo simply traded over 20 coal. Use this, enough for the night. Come tomorrow in daylight. 20 coal landed. To her, it was like a stranger handing over 20 grams of gold. How could a man like that not move a girl's heart? If Big Bro turns out handsome too, even better, she'd happily give it up. She replied, okay, Big Bro, wait for me tomorrow. Seeing how fast she answered, I knew she was at the end of her rope. Convenient. Mining's the same whether man or woman, and women are easier to manage. A little more chatting, and drowsiness took me. Early to bed. A peaceful night, no monster at the door. Day 7. A cold mechanical voice. 12 hours until the grace period ends. Tonight at 8. All survivors take cover in a sturdy shelter. Do not go out, do not go out, do not go out. Something terrible will happen tonight. Reminder, a LV1 shelter cannot protect you. Find a high-level shelter. Though if your luck is good enough, perhaps you'll survive. The channel exploded. It's coming, it's finally coming. A LV1 can't keep me safe? Then I'm dead for sure. Despair from the LV1 holders. But others jeered. Serves you right. Don't work today, be fertilizer tomorrow. LV2 blueprints were everywhere on the post now. White ones easy. 5 stone, 10 wood. 7 days was plenty to upgrade. The ones who lay flat had it coming. Worse, with the grace period ending, post-profiteers jacked prices. A LV2 blueprint that cost under 10 coal shot to 30. People wailed about the greed, but no one cared, and the desperate sought other shelters. Grace periods ending, dangers coming, more people beats one. Take me in, I'm a guard, I'll keep everyone safe. And the line that drew around of? From the channel, 1 LV2 holder. Looking for a companion, ideally 167 centimeters, 50 kilograms, long legs, fair-skinned, lowly voice. That's a teammate or a hookup. Background noise. I wasn't interested. My priority was the LV3. The system said LV2 was enough, but just in case, one more level couldn't hurt, and I wanted to know what that fire seed energy was. So I mined as ever. Silver or plus, metal or 200 200ths. Condition met. 8 hours on. For to go before the period ended, the requirements filled. Metal or 200/200. Wood 150/100. Silver or 258/100. Upgrade. Finally enough. I wiped my brow, exhaled, returned to the cabin, and selected upgrade on the LV2. A dazzling red light bloomed. The 20-square cabin doubled in a blink to 40, its wooden walls turning to an ore-like metal, looking now like a medieval stone house. So this is a LV3 shelter. Standing before something that looked like a medieval fortress, I was a little stunned. LV2 and LV3 weren't even the same league. Then a prompt. Shelter level, LV3, stove, LV3, sustains 8, consumes 1 coal/hour. Floor area, 40 SQ meters, plus a 20-square loft. Walls, forged of sturdy silver ore, repels cold wind, zombies, mist attacks. Condition, 100%. Durability, 2000. Defense, 2000. Defenses, 2 arrow towers added. Trait, repair LV3, gold recover 4 durability per second. Trait, machine gun fortress LV3, orange upgraded to a twin Maxim turret. Twin Maxim turret, 2 Maxims paralleled, synchronized fire, density ×2. Trait, fire seed LV3, red currently produces 4 fire seed energies. Use fire seed energy to upgrade vehicles or any intelligent mechanical product. Remake them into a mechanical life form with powerful firepower. I blanked. The upgrade turned my Maxim bunker into a twin Maxim turret? At this rate, hit LV7 or LV8 and the thing would be a railgun. But my focus snagged on the red fire seed. Remake any vehicle or intelligent machine into a mechanical life form. For some reason, mechanical life form made me think straight of Transformers. My expression went strange. To test it, I needed an intelligent machine, but a scan of the shelter turned up nothing usable. Got it. I remembered the DJI drone from a roadside box. Hadn't really used it yet, but that counts as an intelligent machine, right? I pulled out a fire seed, aimed it at the drone, and used it. Boom. A blue energy wave burst out, nearly knocking me flying. Then something absurd happened. The quiet little drone began shuddering violently, and right before my eyes warped from a drone into a roughly 80-centimeter mechanical bird, body bristling with sharp, gleaming metal bones, crimson mechanical eyes, a wingspan that opened to over 1.20 meters, razor wings radiating cold light. The instant it came alive, it started squawking and flapping like mad. DJI drone. Unit type, Scout, Spy. Level, LV3. Attack, 160. Defense, 100. Agility, 600. Weapon, mounted micro-gatling. An excellent reconnaissance flying sentry. Absolutely loyal. I sucked in a breath. This was just like Transformers. Anyone who knows the films knows Soundwave had a whole tape squad. A mechanical bird, a scalpel, a robot dog. And this thing looked exactly like that laser bird. Where did this get dropped in from? Is this even the frozen tundra? How are there Transformers now? The bird, done with its fit, noticed me, and its frenzy turned to utter reverence. It flew to my shoulder, squawking respectfully, clearly trying to ingratiate itself. Before I could react, a roar nearby, and a zombie came stumbling up the path. It saw me, sped up like it had spotted its own father, drool everywhere. Perfect. Calm. I wanted to see what the little guy could do. Drone, go, handle it. It launched without hesitation, and as it closed, its right wing whirred and reconfigured into a micro-gatling. Da-da-da, sparks flying, and the zombie was sieved in an instant. That fierce. My pupils shrank, then I was thrilled. Small, but no weakling. Handled a zombie that easily. Made sense. 160 attack against a zombie with 30 defense. And this was just the energy from a drone. What if I activated a car? Then I'd have a literal Autobot. With something like that, What was there to fear in the frozen tundra? The calm slipped. I was getting excited. But the sky had darkened, under an hour to the grace period's end. I gathered the zombies' drops and, just in case, told the bird, "Come on," inside. It landed obediently on my shoulder, and we went in. The shelter was 40 square meters now, plus a loft for watching the outside, and the upgraded stove kept it warm despite the size. Excellent. But my head was full of transformers. My current gear was plenty, but what man could refuse a car turned guardian transformer? Problem was, where do I get a car? This was the frozen tundra, not modern society. Hand-build one? Even if I could, it'd be junk. Then it hit me. The guy at the start who'd offered a Ferrari 488 for coal. I'll buy it off him. I found his name, friended him, DM'd, and waited, no reply. Did he die? I frowned. Then the bird snapped its neck up, crimson eyes on the door, squawking. Another zombie? My heart tightened, then eased. What am I worried about? Twin Maxim turret outside, AWM in hand, a drone beside me. Afraid of a zombie? Just as I went to send the bird up the loft to scout, a knock came at the door, and a sweet, slightly frightened voice. Are you Big Brother Chinemo? I'm Li Muyao. From the chat? I've come to meet you in person. I was speechless. She'd actually come, and cut it fine, arriving in the last hour of the grace period. Just in case, I sent the scout bird out first to confirm no one had followed. Through its projected view, a thin little girl at the door, no other life signs around. I opened the metal door. In stepped a girl of about 20, pale, but strikingly pretty. I froze. That pretty? I'd seen plenty of beautiful women, but this was rare. 172 centimeters, 50 kilos, a little slight, but not where it counted. My first thought was the channel line from earlier. Fair-skinned, long legs, lowly voice. Right in front of me. A prompt. Survivor Li Muyao requests refuge. Take her in. She'd sent it. Without my permission, she couldn't enter. She looked at me, pleading. Big brother, the grace period's over. Take me in. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. Facing death, even a proud, beautiful woman bows her head. I'm a man of my word. She'd handed me the excellent blueprint, so of course I'd take her in. I agreed. New member added. Li Muyao. Female. Age 21. Profession, Campus Beauty, Drama Academy. Spirit 8. PhysDef 8. Magic Res 8. Strength 5. Move Speed 5. Height 172 centimeters. Weight 49.8 kilograms. Looks 95. Overall, fair-skinned, long-legged, peerless beauty, lowly voice. My expression went strange. System, are you serious? The stats I understood, but fair-skinned, long-legged, peerless beauty as an evaluation field? Anyway, Li Muyao, granted entry, hurried in, the wave of heat hitting her like bliss. This is a LV3 shelter? So much better than my drafty cabin. Then she saw my mountain of supplies, noodles, sausages, drinks, water, even mutton, and covered her mouth. My God, this much food. Outside, survival itself was the question. She'd never dreamed anyone had this. How did one person manage it? But I just watched her and said, "You've joined my shelter." I shouldn't have to spell out what comes next. She finally dragged her eyes off the supplies and looked at the way I was sizing her up. As the Academy's reigning beauty, she knew what men thought. Back in Sea City, countless bosses would have lined up to keep her. But it was the apocalypse now. And the big brother wasn't bad-looking, actually. She steeled herself. I know. Bit her lip, crouched, and reached to undo my jacket. Hey, what are you doing? I stared, baffled. Huh. She looked up at my startled face, lost. Isn't it not that? I laughed, exasperated. Are you out of your mind? There's like 10 minutes left in the grace period and you think I'm doing that? I told you to keep watch for me. Li Muyao. Keep watch. She sat there stunned. Big brother, I figured I was fine with it too. Fresh out of school, but I'd already landed scripts. One step from stardom if I hadn't been teleported to this hellhole. People who chase me would line up to France. And now I'm offering free, and you don't want it? Of course, this wasn't modern society. No one cared whether you were a star. And the grace period was ending. Something terrible might happen. Caution first. If it came to that, no rush, was there? Sure enough, ding. 8 o'clock, and the cold voice returned. 8 p.m. Grace period ended. The frozen tundra's first calamity will appear, the mist. All survivors take cover. Don't leave your shelter unless necessary. Stockpile food, weather the first calamity. Reminder, stay silent to improve survival odds. Boom. Something outside shook the ground. Li Muyao jumped, grabbing my arm. Tense. What's happening? Looks like the disaster's here, I said, frowning. Her face went white. This doesn't already count as a disaster. Teleported here, 7 days in a drafty cabin, and now there's more? I took it better. Too many absurd things had happened already. It was never going to be simple. As the mist arrived, a rustling came from outside, something nearing the shelter, then a grating metal scrape at the door. Li Muyao clung to me, eyes locked on the door, not daring to breathe. I didn't fire the Maxim yet, no telling what it was or how many. So, DJI. The gleaming bird rose on the loft. What is that? She gasped. A mechanical bird? I kept it light. Relax, it's one of ours. One of ours. Her head buzzed harder. Big brother, this is the primitive frozen tundra. How do you have tech like this? I didn't explain. DJI, go scout outside for me. Through the bird's holographic feed, I saw it. Across the once silent plain, a vast gray mist had appeared from nowhere, raging forward at terrifying speed, like a sandstorm hundreds of kilometers wide, swallowing half the frozen tundra in moments, devouring the scattered cabins in swaths, strange sounds coming from inside them. Even I was shaken. This was a true calamity. I checked the channel, and the survivor count was plunging visibly. 1.09 million, 1.087, 1.082, 1.07. Faster than I could blink. The channel had detonated. The mist disaster's here. What even is it? Help, my shelter's breached. Save me. People who'd been silent broke cover to ask what happened, and then more got hit. I'm under attack too. Me too. Same here. And then those voices went quiet. Boxed. But some held. Something's attacking my shelter, but it's holding. Only 3 durability a hit. Mine only 2. I'm LV3. Attacking shelters already. Then a soft thud at my own door. A prompt. Impact +1. And damage -0. Durability 2000/2000. Couldn't even break through. Hit after hit. The shelter didn't budge. Not 1 point of durability lost. Looks like the things outside can't crack a LV3's defense. I was delighted. The upgrade had paid off. Others weren't so lucky, especially LV1S. Nearly all breached. Even LV2S and LV3S bled durability. Mine's at 20 left, a few more, and I'm done. Mine's down to the last hit. What kind of place is this? How do you survive? A lucky few crowed about 500 durability. But watching the count fall, everyone's scalp crawled. Who knew how many would be left by morning? I wasn't interested in their troubles. Because, if you can't break my defense, then I'll break yours. I hadn't fired before for fear the noise would draw more. But if it couldn't even dent me, what was there to fear? I opened the panel. Maxim turret, auto headlock mode. Da-da-da, dense fire, 8 or 9 seconds, 80 rounds out, and then silence. No more sound from the things outside but the wind. All dead. I didn't go out though. Missed out there. Another wave could come any second. Morning, then. Day broke, and the cold voice returned. Frozen Tundra survival officially begins. New Rule 1. Novice mode removed. Players of different factions may attack each other and seize shelters, gaining all the losers' resources. 2. Cabin mobility unlocked. LV2 and above. Burn coal for steam-powered movement. 3. A calamity strikes every 7 days, each different. Mist, downpour, blizzard, extreme cold storm, geothermal storm, radiation, and more. Use the 7-day window to upgrade and gather food. 4. Zombies appear irregularly. Killing them yields heavy resources. Finally, survivors of the frozen tundra stay alive. Official survival, finally, and cabin mobility? I opened the panel, a new drive mode. Switch it on, and huge wheels appeared under the shelter, the stove steam moving the cabin. But moving 1 kilometer costs 10 coal. Speed 10 kilometers per hour. Cost rises with shelter level and size. I shook my head, too steep. 10 kilometers of coal equaled 4 days of survival, for a measly 10 kilometers. Unless you've got a trait for it, nobody's moving their shelter casually. The other new rule, seize a shelter and take all its resources. The system's flat out telling players to slaughter each other. But I wasn't worried. Maxim turret, DJI bird, AWM. In an age of cold steel, I was leagues ahead. Priority, see what had attacked overnight. I dressed, opened the door, and under the bird's escort stepped out, to 20-some shredded bodies lying quiet outside. A few zombies, but mostly bat-like creatures, huge, wingspans near 2 meters, sharp fangs, genuinely horrifying. These are the mist creatures. So ugly, and that size. Good thing the Maxim has headlock mode. Or even a single one would have been hard to kill outright. Then a shriek from the snow, a half-headed bat thing, not dead, forcing itself up. Mutant bat. Level LV3, Vitality 600. Defense 30. Strength 40. ALV3 Elite. That high. It tried to lunge at me, but DJI beat it, screeching over, wing reconfiguring to the micro-gatling, raking the half-head into pieces. I didn't even lift a hand. Honestly, only because I had this thing. For another player, one bat could be fatal. Inside, Li Muiao woke, slept poorly, exhausted, only up now. At the gunfire, she opened the door and froze at the field of corpses, hand over her mouth. These are the mist creatures from last night, I said, gathering drops. This big. Her face fell, and she felt a stab of luck. If she hadn't come to me last night, a 2-meter thing like that would have torn her apart. Her look at me went softer. Afraid of being thrown out, she rushed to help. Brother Mo, I'll pick up. Sure. Already in my shelter. The loot was mine anyway. The owner's privilege is total control over resource distribution. Just grab the supplies. The colored traits, I'll handle. Beyond the supplies, there were 10 traits here, low grade, but nearly all free allocation points, meaning I could add them anywhere to raise my own stats. Maxim and DJI aside, surviving still meant raising my own attributes. So of the 30 free points, 17 to strength, 10 to defense, the rest pushing move speed to 8. Name, Chun Mo Shelter, LV3, Red. Spirit 10. Phys Def 20. Magic Res 20. Strength 30. Agility 8. Hunger 98 of 100. Strength now triple an ordinary person's, defense double. I rolled my arm, humming with force. Not bad at all. My odds out here just shot up. The drops, hauled inside, were huge, about 20 kills worth. Kanji times 1. Wood 480, coal 1310, sausage 45, noodles 68, beef 6 kilograms, bread 50, water 88, biscuits 120, silver or 120 or 220, universal ammo 1200. Wow, so much. Li Muiao could barely close her mouth. In her own shelter she'd had only melted snow. As shelter owner, I held food distribution rights. This was 2 or 3 months of survival easy. I was generous. 10 packs of noodles, 10 milks. Brother Mo, long live. She stuffed them into her pack and started on the bread. So good, but I added, these aren't free. Ah, again, she blushed, assuming that. Don't worry, I know what to do. You know nothing. I rolled my eyes. Why is she always on about that? I mean work. Work? That's right. It was day 1 of real survival. Who knew what worse came next? What more terrifying creatures? So I needed transformers. More of them. Ideally the powerful kind. With those, no zombie or monster mattered. Mow them all down in one burst. And gathering resource boxes that I'd leave to Li Muiao. So I told Li Muiao, once you've eaten, head out and gather some resource boxes. I'll send DJI to follow and protect you. Safer that way. Okay. With the big bird along, she wasn't scared. She'd seen how vicious it was. Fed and watered, she set off with the scout bird. I stayed home and opened the regional channel, looking to buy a car. Survivors had crashed to 500,000. 500,000 gone in one night. Even I felt a chill. The channel was nothing but survival, trades, partnerships. Need a finely made crossbow. I'll pay 10 coal. Someone had crafted a hardwood crossbow yesterday, far stronger than a basic bow, so people were buying high. A crossbow? Dream on, others shot back. After last night's monster attack, who didn't want more firepower? The thing was rare. And I'm a LV2 shelter, seeking 3 LV1 players, 4 safer. Take me in. Homeless, strong, 19, I beg you. Daytime was the safe window, but once night fell the mist swept back and hit shelters, so people needed to band up. Some LV4 shelters were recruiting too. A LV4 could hold 16. None of it interested me. I just wanted a car, so I posted, buying a car, name any terms. That's done the trading post. Someone wants a car? Who needs a car these days? There's no gasoline in the frozen tundra. It's pure decoration. But some recognized me. Hey, isn't this the guy who sold coal at the start? You're still alive? Why a car now? A member of the Zhaqian gang. Wang Zhiyin had pushed to LV5 first. 32 members. This guy had once DM'd me to be my little brother, and I'd ignored him. Now, with the gang behind him, he was cocky. Thought you were dead. Bet you didn't expect. You ignored me before. Now I'm in the Zhaqian gang. Beg me, and maybe I'll take you in. I ignored him flat. I didn't even rate the gang, never mind him. I kept buying, and went big. Buying a car will pay 100 coal. The post detonated. 100 coal. That's 4 days of survival, just like that. What do you even want a car for? Did you strike oil? Oil. I thought about it. Sort of. That blew them up more. What's sort of? You actually have it. I had no oil, but once I got a car and turned it into a transformer, that was as good as oil. I didn't bother explaining, just asked, anyone else? Ideally an off-roader, a heavy hauler. Sure enough, 100 coal moved someone. A player named Jiangyan messaged. Hi, you really buying cars? I've got one, drove it for work, got teleported in with me when the frozen tundra game started, a Lamborghini. A Lamborghini? I was interested. Sure can. Really? Fair warning, it's got no fuel. No problem to me. Deal. Trade successful, Lamborghini acquired. As I sent the coal, a sleek, low-slung black beast appeared before me, headlights like a crouching predator. Gorgeous. First one I'd ever seen up close. To the frozen tundra, it was scrap metal, but not to me. I needed more powerful transformers to guard the shelter. So I used a fire seed energy and fused it. Mighty blue energy spread over the whole supercar. And then the absurd. Gears whirring. The quiet Lumbo transformed before my eyes. And in 2 or 3 seconds became a 6-meter-tall mechanical life form, black, imposing, all hard metal lines. It looked around, startled, then saw me, not 2 meters away, and its crimson eyes turned utterly reverent. It dropped to one knee, mechanical voice ringing, mechanical life form reporting. Greetings, honored creator. I blanked. That's Lockdown. The big guy looked exactly like the Lockdown from the films, hard black-gray metal frame, a green faceplate, carrying the Lamborghini's character lines. Lockdown reborn. Though it had no idea what Lockdown meant, it just knelt, loyal. Lord Creator. I came around. It only looked the part, not some Cybertron being. And the stats weren't weak. Mechanical life form. Type, ground forces. Strength, 2,500. Defense, 3,000. Agility, 1,200. Loyalty, absolute. Even I marveled, far stronger than the shelter. With this, why fear the frozen tundra? And a bonus. As the shelter leveled up, its stats would climb too. Before I could study it, excited voices nearby. Boss, look, a LV3 shelter. I looked up. On a slope, for people had spotted me. 3 men, 1 woman. Change back first. I told the Lumbo, not tipping my hand. Yes, creator. Gears whirred, and it folded back into a supercar. The 4 came over, fully armed, each with a bow, finely made, not crude junk. The leader was a bald man, with a fat one, a thin one, and a passable-looking woman. Boss, a LV3, the thin one said, eyes lighting, surely loaded with resources. Easy, the bald man said, cool. A LV3 holds 8. They might have numbers. Careful. Their shelter had been destroyed by the mist yesterday. They'd survived by luck and now wanted refuge. But the bald man was an ex-con. He didn't care about that and wouldn't be anyone's underling. The other 3 were no good seeds either. All one crew, teleported here from prison when the apocalypse hit. Now they'd found a LV3 shelter. The bald man turned genial, stepping up with a smile. Brother, just you here? Something you need? I said flat. Yo, the fat one's voice rose, ready to move. But the bald man stopped him, mock scolding. Is that how you talk to a LV3 owner? Then, smiling tiger eyes narrowed at me. Brother, our shelter got wrecked by the mist. Nowhere to live. Could we join yours? 4 of us will help reinforce it, fight off monsters. And if I don't? I just asked. The mask dropped. Cold flicked through his eyes, and he licked his lips. Then don't blame me for being rough. They couldn't seize a shelter, but they could kill me. No shelter, but we'll take you down with us. Number 3. The fat one sneered, drew his crossbow, knocked, aimed at me. Look close, kid, finally made. I let go, you die. Oh, is that so? I smiled and raised a hand. Rumble. The Maxim turret rose at the shelter door, rounds chambering with a clatter, 2 black muzzles trained on the 4. Maxim. Their pupils quaked. Wasn't this supposed to be cold steel survival? How do you have a Maxim? And it wasn't over. I raised my hand again. Dainyu. The new name for my underling, Dong though, lit. Big Bull. The nickname for the Lamborghini. Hum boom. Before their stunned eyes, the black metal lumbo whirred up into a colossus and raised an arm, forming an energy cannon 3 times bigger than a human head. A 6-meter mechanical sentry aiming a cannon at their skulls. They lost it. Is this even the frozen tundra? An alien planet? A Maxim's one thing, but an alien monster robot too. Ex-con that he was, the bald man dropped his weapon fast and swallowed. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. We're young. Don't walk the path of crime. He finally understood why such a big shelter had only me. No need to recruit survivors when you've got a Maxim and an alien. Crime. I smiled. Too late. In the frozen tundra, what did I fear about crime? Take them out. No hesitation. Hum. Boom. Dainyu's cannon flashed blue, and before they could react, one shot vaporized 2 of them, turned to steam in the blue light, leaving a deep crater. Even I winced. That's basically a missile. With this, what zombie wouldn't die? The remaining man and woman were petrified. Run. The thin one turned to flee. The Maxim fired. Dida. 2 rounds. Dropped him. Only the woman left. Watching 3 companions die in a blink, she dropped to her knees, white-faced, clutching at her clothes, trembling. Big bro, don't kill me. I was forced into this. I'll give you anything. Please. I can serve you. I glanced at her. Hooked up with killers, nothing good there. Dainyu. I turned away. Yes. Dainyu lifted her easily with one mechanical arm and carried her to the corner. A flash of blue, a boom, and silence. Dainyu walked back and saluted, fist to palm. Lord Creator, it's handled. Good. I was pleased with its loyalty. With this thing, what zombie couldn't be handled? But one wasn't enough. I needed more. 10 of them. And then at night, who'd fear the mist? So I posted to buy cars again. But a car in good shape was hard to come by. The ones people offered were either junked or stomped to scrap by monsters. Useless. I wasn't activating a defective. A whole day of fussing, and not a second car. While I was speechless about it, Li Muyao came back with the scout bird, which flew enthusiastically to my shoulder and nuzzled me with its metal beak. I half feared it'd scratch my face off. You're back. She'd hauled in armloads, sweating despite the cold, but happy. She'd found a lot of boxes. I found at least 20 today. 30 ham sausages alone, plus wood. Look. She dumped a pile out. 200 coal, 300 wood, and/or combined, plus drinks, juice, milk, near 100 bottles. This much, what did you open? Even I was surprised. She preened. I've always had good luck. I just didn't dare go out before. Now, with the scout bird, no fear of attack, so she gathered plenty. That right. I looked at her differently. This woman's luck was good. She'd survived 7 days in a LV1 cabin by lying low. Not ordinary. Does the little thing have some hidden trait? My look changed, and she colored. Brother Mo, why are you looking at me like that? Nothing. I smiled. It's getting late. The mist's coming. Let's eat first. Tired out? She was hungry too. So we used the pan on the stove for instant noodles, 2 ham sausages added, and the shelter filled with the smell. So good. In the frozen tundra, this was a luxury. She wolfed it down. 8 p.m., the mist arrived on schedule, snarls following. The just-fed Li Muyao clung to me, scared. Brother Mo again. Don't be afraid. I switched on the Maxim's headlock mode, dense fire under a minute, and outside went dead silent. She relaxed, looking at me differently again. Following Brother Mo is good, those monsters all die. And close as we were, her face flushed. What follows in the source is a fade to black. I'll render it the same way. With the threat gone, the rest of the night was theirs, and I'll leave it there. Next morning, refreshed, I stretched. Not bad. Pity there was only one sofa, I thought, looking at the long-legged girl still asleep on it. Be nice to have the place better furnished. As if it heard me ding. Congratulations, host, you survived another day. The system. I thought you died. How could I? I'll protect you to the end. You set a gold box every day. It's been a while. My purpose is your safety. As long as you're safe enough, that's what matters. Fine. What's good today? Today's divination. Great fortune to go out. 18 kilometers off, a breached LV3 shelter holds a gold box waiting to be opened. But careful, a LV4 elite zombie guards it. A gold box again? My eyes lit. The best way to survive here was opening high-tier boxes. The last two gold ones gave the AWM and the Maxim. I got up to head out. Li Muyao woke. Big bro, where are you going? Out for resources. This kind of prize I had to open myself, so I'd give her the day off. Just watch the house today. She thought she'd done so well he couldn't bear to make her work and was delighted. Brother's so good to me. Be careful, I'll wait here. Before leaving, I cleaned up. Another wave had hit the door overnight. 30-some zombies and monsters dead, drops everywhere. Biscuits, milk, juice, sausages, and 30 stat points and traits. I put 10 into defense, 20 into strength, and my strength hit 50. I swung my arm, and a fearsome gust whistled out. Not bad. A punch could flip a bull now. But not enough. I wanted more, 100-fold, 200-fold. Then one punch would make even Jesus call me daddy, and I'd walk the frozen tundra sideways without the transformers. In the gear on the ground, I found a faintly red glowing weapon. A blade. A slender longsword. About a meter, very sharp. Fire Phoenix Warblade. Quality, orange. On use, strength plus 50, agility plus 20. Carries fire attribute attack, bonus damage to monsters. These stats, like something out of a dungeon game. I checked the post for info, and found that when the Maxim cut down yesterday's zombies, this had dropped. I hadn't noticed it indoors, but the channel had. Player XXX killed a zombie, obtained orange weapon Fire Phoenix Warblade. The post had blown up over it. Someone dropped an orange weapon. Who, with a hidden name, obviously doesn't want to be known. The point. What's this guy's level, killing zombies and dropping gear this good? I'll buy it high 1,000 coal. That was Wang Jian. Also killing zombies, though they were brutal even with 30-plus members, but faster than ordinary folk, and he'd gotten trait perks, strength up to 20 now, double an ordinary person. In the frozen tundra, the faster you grow, the faster it gets. Others can't kill their first zombie while you rack up stats until killing common ones is like butchering dogs. So he wanted this blade. But 1,000 coal? No way anyone sells that. And no one answered all night, because I hadn't even picked it up yet. By the time I had, the channel message was 6 hours old. Turns out my luck's decent. I gave the blade a swing, a stronger surge of power came. With it, my strength broke 100, 10 times an ordinary person. An adult's punch is maybe 100 kilos, a fighter's maybe 200, figure 100. So one swing of this carried about 1,000 kilos, like a sedan slamming down. What zombie could take that? Not bad at all. Pleased with the faintly red longsword, I grabbed the AWM, climbed into Danyu, and set off. 18 kilometers, 3 or 4 hours on foot for an ordinary person. Normally, I wouldn't go. But with a supercar, even on bad frozen tundra ground, 10 some minutes. Virum, the black beast roared, tore off like black light. The shove of acceleration, incredible. No wonder people love sports cars. First time feeling it, I finally got the appeal. Across the plain, survivors still reinforcing shelters saw the absurd sight. A black Lamborghini tearing across the frozen tundra. Look, someone's driving a sports car. Where'd he get fuel? Then some narrowed their eyes. Where's he headed? Looks like the C-32 zone, yesterday's worst. C-32 was now a no-go. A LV3 shelter there had been wiped yesterday. 8 people, plus 2 nearby LV2s, 16 total. Overrun by a zombie tied in the mist, dead in minutes. People had sealed it off in the channel. This guy's suicidal. One wanted to warn me. A young man stopped him with a nasty grin. Mind your business. Let him die there. But he was wrong. I wouldn't die. I'd reap a harvest. 10 minutes, and I reached the forbidden zone, stepped out to the wrecked LV3 shelter. The system read it. Damaged LV3 shelter. Damage, 100%. No salvage value. Cleaned out. I'd hoped to grab something. Nothing left. But inside there was still a LV4 zombie. The car's noise woke it. Roar. A huge, fast shape burst out, 2.5 meters, and unlike the skinny skin and bones zombies, this one was thick with muscle, even armored, clawing the air like the tyrant from a zombie CG, the ground rumbling under it. LV4 Elite Zombie. HP 3000. Strength 80. Defense 200. Agility 15. A proper elite. 3000 HP alone. No wonder it wiped a LV3. Those people had rotten luck. I'll take it. As it charged, bloodlust in its eyes, Dainyu went to transform, but I stopped it. I wanted to train myself, not lean on the transformer for everything. I drew the AWM, stock to shoulder, left hand as the rest, and fired. Bang. It hit the head, but no headshot kill, just HP minus 800. That tough. No hesitation, with 50-some meters still between us, I fired again. Bang. The neck. HP minus 758. Still alive? It was fast. 20 meters now. 2 shots only briefly stalled it, the pain making it roar angrier, seeing me reload. Bloodlust rising, my turn now. But just as it closed, gears whirring. The quiet supercar behind me shuddered and became a 6-meter colossus. The LV4 froze, pupils shocked. That big. It slammed the brakes. Too late. Smack. Dainyu, transformed, simply grabbed the elite's arm and hoisted it like an infant. Roar, roar. It kept howling, like saying I was wrong. I was wrong. It hadn't expected something this fierce behind me. Zombies size each other up by bulk. Usually the higher the level, the bigger. At 2.5 meters it had been cocky, and here came a 6-meter one, so it caved. With Dainyu holding it, I set the AWM down and, looking at the zombie dangling a meter away, jumped up and slapped it across the back of the head. Smack. Charge then. Why'd you stop? The zombie. That slap dazed it. You're insulting me too? Damn right. I'd been gentle. I'd assumed the AWM was a one-shot kill, and 2 shots later it still had 2/5 HP. Who could stand that? Now that Dainyu had it, I wasn't afraid. Still glaring, its gray eyeballs fixed on me furiously, all that muscle trembling. I smiled. I'll give you a chance, one-on-one. Roar. It seemed to understand and bellowed. But before it finished, thwack, I drew the Fire Phoenix blade and ran it through, again and again, red in, red out. Its HP plunged. I stabbed and cursed. This is for teleporting me to the frozen tundra. This is for losing my lottery money. I'll stab you to death. Stab, 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 a dozen plus, over 100 HP each. The LV4 squealed in pain. If it could talk, it'd say, brother, this isn't on me. I'm just a zombie. But I didn't care. Home was good. I'd just won the jackpot, and in a blink got teleported to this primitive world. I was developing fine now, but who wouldn't rather be home with the AC on, a drink, a game, the occasional big meal? So, that bill went on this zombie's head first. Vented enough, the zombie nearly out of breath. I crouched, took the rifle, aimed at its skull. Bang. This time the head burst like a watermelon, splattering Dainyu's leg. Ugh, gross. But I felt good. A release for the past few days' frustration. What I didn't know, about 200 meters off, a pair of identical twins watched through binoculars, horrified, hands over their mouths. Fresh university grads, one a med student, one a chem grad student. Why 2 fields? Because they had a remarkable skill, telepathic link. What one knows, the other knows. So one studied medicine, one chemistry, and each knew both. But teleported into this godforsaken plane, their shelter was gone by day 3, so they joined a locally famous group, the Sirius Alliance, a LV5 org, 30-some survivors, the bosses of C-32. They'd come, on a mission, to scavenge the blown LV3. No mission, no dinner back at the shelter, and instead witnessed this bloody scene. One survivor endlessly slapping around a LV4 elite zombie, teaching it to stand at attention, beating it like a madman, cursing the whole time. The sisters were stunned. In all their time here, they'd never seen anyone this savage, stringing up a LV4 elite to wail on it. He's fierce, the elder said, a face rivaling a starlet's, to her identically pretty sister. Fierce, yeah. The younger murmured from where she lay, not daring to move. But he looks a little unwell. The elder's pretty face stalled. looking again at the madman like me. Kind of, actually. Where'd this survivor come from? An asylum. Meanwhile, my attention was still on the LV4. Killing it triggered a prompt. Congratulations on killing a LV4 elite zombie. Rewards: a case of shikima, a sweet pastry, iron or times 30, universal ammo times 200, guardian armor, purple, times 1, plus 50 defense on use, strength trait, purple, permanently plus 12 strength on use. A strange black armor set appeared before me, plus a purple trait. Look, sis, gear dropped. The younger twin nudged the elder. I see it. The elder's greedy eyes stayed on the armor, especially as I picked it all up. They were instantly envious. This guy's luck is incredible. Can I have some? The younger watched me use the trait and stow the armor, wishing she were the one. And there was more. Inside the shelter, by the dead stove, a gold box. Oh ho! I opened it. Congratulations, gold box. Rewards: raw beef times 10 kg, microwave times 1, 80-liter solar water heater times 1, solar panel times 1, lighter times 1, cigarettes times 8. I blanked. Microwave and water heater I got. Those were shelter facilities. But a lighter and cigarettes? Don't they know I don't smoke? What use is this in the frozen tundra? I didn't get it, but respected it, and stuffed them in inventory. Until the last reward. LV4 building blueprint, gold. Meet the conditions to raise the shelter to LV4. Built-in trait. Nuclear stove, gold on use. A mobile shelter stove becomes a nuclear stove, never extinguishes, and mobile shelter speed rises to 200%. A nuclear stove? Even braced for surprises, I was shocked. This was a nuclear stove, and it never went out. What did that mean? It meant that once I hit a LV4 shelter, this gold trait would make me a true mobile fortress. No more worrying about fuel consumption, able to drive endlessly. And it came with a 200% speed boost, 30 kilometers an hour. It made me think of a film I'd seen, the one with the moving cities. Big fish eat little fish eat shrimp, whole cities rolling across an endless plain, swallowing the small ones and pouring their energy into their own engines. The way the frozen tundra was shaping up, shelters that moved, that could attack each other. It was basically a small-scale moving city template. And with this, I'd have infinite range. I could use my shelter like a car, worthy of a gold blueprint. But no sense lingering here. I stowed it. Back first. I climbed into Dainyu and headed home, not knowing that soon after I left, two pretty figures in black denim came running up, eager to see if there was anything left to scavenge. There wasn't. The elder twin was speechless. This guy cleaned it out completely. Of course, this was the frozen tundra. A little more loot meant a little more chance to live. Who'd waste any? But that left the twins in trouble. The younger one, Jian Ming, plopped down in despair. We're done. No loot. And we're dead the second we go back. The Serious Alliance was harsh. Join. And if you didn't hit your daily quota of gathered resources, you not only got no food back at base, you got assigned to the Arrow Towers, dangerous at night. The sisters had coasted on their looks for a while, but that wore thin, and now 2 days running with nothing to show. Going back like this, Brother Wolf might actually kill us. Jian Ming shivered at the thought of the man, vicious as his namesake. The elder, Jian Yao, was near tears too. At this rate it was all for nothing. Then her eyes went to the direction I'd driven off, and a bold idea struck. What if we throw in with that big brother from just now? You mean the lunatic? Jian Ming stared, disbelieving. He stabbed a LV4 elite zombie to death. You idiot. Jian Yao knocked her head, eyes bright. Because he can kill a LV4 elite. Wouldn't following someone like that be safer? And he's got that 6-meter mechanical monster. Following him beats serious. Fair. The sisters were of one mind. No need for many words. 2 wasted days. Death waiting back at base. No survival deeper in. Better to gamble. 8 hours till dark. Let's go find him. Right. And they ran after me. I had no idea I'd been marked by the twins, and it wouldn't have mattered. My attention was all on the blueprint. A nuclear stove? How was that different from a nuclear aircraft carrier? Upgrade, definitely. I checked the materials. Wood times 400, iron or times 200, silver or times 200, metal or times 400, steel times 200. That's a lot. Silver, metal, iron, or were fine. There was a mine nearby. But finished steel took 10 iron ore to forge 1 block. 200? That meant mining 2,000. Brutal. But infinite nuclear power. I gritted my teeth. Worth it. Virum. Back at the shelter, I stepped out to find Li Muyao waiting with the drone, who knew how long. She ran over and threw herself at me. Brother Imo, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Missed me? I was gone under 2 hours and you missed me that much? She got a little awkward, but it wasn't a lie. She didn't know why, but a little while without me and she felt anxious, even scared. I was worried you'd run into danger. I'll believe that for now, I nodded. And I did meet a serious LV4 elite zombie. A LV4? Her eyes went wide. A LV4 zombie now was basically a big boss. Don't tell me. The hidden ID that killed a LV4 elite on the channel half an hour ago was you? I paused. They put killing a LV4 on the channel loudspeaker too? I opened it. There it was. Congratulations, Player XX, killed a LV4 elite zombie in Zone C35, obtained purple Gear Guardian armor. Below it, a flood of shock. Someone killed a LV4 elite. That's the Frozen Tundra's current big boss. Who's this strong? The noise had even stirred the big shelter alliances, each assuming a rival had done it, full of wariness. The Jiayin gang publicly demanded answers from the Night Rose shelter. The reply was, none of your business, and a predictable flame war erupted. Everyone assumed it was a group job. No one imagined one person could down a LV4. I groused. Hard to keep a low profile, even when I try. Good thing I'd hidden my info. Otherwise the name Chun Mo would be all over the Frozen Tundra, with who knew how many people eyeing me. Anyway, this is a LV4 building blueprint. I pulled it out and handed Li Muyao her task. Go to the mine and dig me back 2,000 iron ore. We're upgrading. Li Muyao. I dig 2,000 iron ore? By myself. She thought she'd misheard. Big brother. 2,000. Even at 100 a day, that's 20 days. It's not that I won't work, she said quickly, afraid I'd misread her. Just, I'm scared I'll hold you up. That's too much. I can't do it alone in time. Fair point, I admitted. Not a small job, and I wanted it done before the first calamity. But that left the manpower problem. Can't very well recruit more survivors. Just then, knock knock knock. Who's that? I was surprised. Someone knocking in the Frozen Tundra? Go. Li Muyao opened the door and froze. 2 top-tier beauties, identically dressed, identically faced, even moving alike. Twins. The elder, looking sheepish, even nervous, asked, Hello, we're survivors from Sea City, teleported here. May we join your shelter? That interested me. Speak of free labor, and it arrives. The two didn't know my thinking. They feared rejection and worried this guy might be unhinged and dangerous. But the thought of Sirius's Wolf King made them shudder. They never wanted to go back. We won't freeload. We can work. Right, right? The younger nodded like a pecking chick. Of course, I said with a smile, agreeing readily, which stunned them. That easy. Soon they found out why. Half an hour later they were at the vein, grinding away. 80, 80, 80. Oh my God. One or pried loose at last, the sisters wiping sweat, numb. Where have we ended up? A labor camp. Thought they'd grabbed a strong patron, ended up in a black market mine. And this big brother was harsher than Sirius. But Li Muyao was working too, and even consoled them. Sisters, it's fine, just mining. This is the Frozen Tundra. Don't mine and upgrade the shelter, and a calamity might swallow you any time, right? Jian Ming's face stalled. Actually, that tracked. But they didn't get it. What shelter needs 2,000 iron ore? Sirius was a LV5 and never needed this much. Li Muyao said mysteriously, Brother Mo's shelter is a gold shelter. At LV4 it goes nuclear. No more fear of the fire dying, infinite range. So it needs more. Nuclear? Infinite range? The twins' faces changed. A gold shelter with infinite range. That'd be a nuclear mobile city on the Frozen Tundra. Their eyes lit. Then this mining's worth it. Way better than Sirius. You bet, Li Muyao preened. She was the first to join Shinmo's shelter, his first woman, so she felt obliged to do some helpful brainwashing. Perform well, dig 50 blocks, and you can officially join. Those ordinary shelters can't compare to Brother Mo's. The sisters knew it too. Sirius was a LV5, but no match for a gold shelter with infinite range. Following Chinemo, they'd soar. So they dug harder. 80 blocks by afternoon, over quota. A full day would net at least 160. With dark coming, they packed up and hurried back to avoid the mist. Meanwhile, I lounged in the shelter, sipping a drink, soaking in the stove's warmth, still hunting cars on the channel. Gathering resources I'd left to the scout bird and Dainyu. As shelter attachments, they could open boxes, kill zombies, grab loot and traits, saving me the effort. My price was up to 1,200 coal now, but a whole afternoon and no seller. Then Li Muyao and the twins returned. Brother Imo, we're back. Dug 80 iron ore today. Far faster than one person. Oh, is that so? 80 blocks turned in. More hands really do make it easier. Just 2 more mouths to feed. But with my mountain of supplies, no fear of that. Big brother, can we officially join now? Jin Ming asked hopefully as I took the ore. Of course. I went to add them and frowned. You have a base? I saw the word Serious Alliance. They realized they hadn't quit yet. Faces tensing, afraid I wouldn't take them. Sirius, in Zone C3, was famously aggressive, a LV5 few dared provoke. Earlier, when the sisters had wanted to leave, no taker would touch them once they saw Sirius. Now, seeing me frown, they panicked. He won't want us. But they nodded. Yes, we escaped from Sirius. Li Muyao gasped, hand over mouth. She'd heard the name, knew the base was formidable, 30-some people. Sisters, you're dragging us in. Serious? I didn't rate them. Let them see if they could take a Maxim first. Quit. Then join, I said flatly. The two went from fear to joy and nodded fast. No problem. They left Serious. Jian Ming requests to join. Jian Yao requests to join. I accepted without hesitation. Shelter headcount, April 8th. 2 more. Then I waved a hand. Keep mining tomorrow. I need to hit LV4 before the first calamity ends. Yes, Brother Imo. With a new home, the two perked up and nodded hard. What they didn't know, the moment I took them in, Sirius got word of the sisters' departure. Sirius hadn't expected anyone to dare defy them. On the channel, they put out hard words. Sirius, whoever took in Jian Ming and Jian Yao, are traitors. You've got nerve, crossing Sirius. Tired of living in Zone C3? Using a gold loudspeaker pinned to the top of the channel, a LV4, and above privilege, 100 coal for 15 seconds for announcements, trades, sales. But the universal disease of these games, it always gets used for flame wars and flexing. The channel exploded. Sirius has traitors. Jian Ming and Jian Yao, those drop-dead gorgeous twins? Who's bold enough to steal from the wolf's mouth? That pretty? Pretty? They're stunning. Who dares go up against Sirius? 30-some survivors. You couldn't even squeeze in, and these two got out? Did they find a stronger shelter? Impossible. Someone shot it down. Sirius ranked top 20 in the whole frozen tundra. The big shelters didn't lack for women, so who'd court trouble? A Zhaoyan gang member chimed. It's just women. Want some? The Zhaoyan gang has plenty. Sirius ignored him and kept shouting. Kid, brave enough to do it. Brave enough to post your coordinates? We catch you, we flatten your base. Sirius number 3. Bounty. Anyone who knows the sisters' whereabouts. DM, 100 coal. Sirius is loaded. Hurry, gather intel. For the big shelters, hundreds of coal a day came in. The surplus went to buying information and supplies. But the channel was on fire, and I had no idea. I was still in the trading post, chatting. After all afternoon, someone finally DM'd. Chen Wushuang. I've got a BYD here, want it? Chen Mo, you cursing at me? BYD reads like an insult abbreviation in Chinese slang. No, brother, build your dreams, the car brand. Though the engine's a bit damaged, battery might be dead too. Everything's broken. What are you trading me? I wanted one in good shape, not scrap. But Chen Wushuang disagreed. Brother, the car's busted, but think, lots of usable parts inside. Horn, motor, seats, glass, mirrors, all strippable to outfit your shelter. There's even radar. That gave me pause. 10 days into the frozen tundra, and someone's already this resourceful. Strip the seats, and you've got a bed. Modify the radar, and maybe go military grade. No, I shook it off. I'm not an engineer, I can't mod that. I am. Brother, I'll build you a finished product and sell it. You could scout zombies with it. Trying to make money off me? Don't need it. Finished products only. Hey, don't go, I'll sell cheap. I ignored him. Finally, Seeing I really wasn't interested, Chen Wushuang played his trump. Brother, I've also got a Corvette. Interested? That got me. In good shape? Of course, fuel aside, I checked it myself, just acquired it yesterday. Acquired? My expression went strange again. Are you running a used car business in the frozen tundra? Haha, a little embarrassed. There really was a car dealer. I'd never imagined someone running this hustle out here, but it made sense. Cars were worthless without fuel, but the parts weren't. Engine, motor, lights, screen, radar, all useful for modding. Looking at the three women by the stove, I marveled. Talent. Talent everywhere you look. A Corvette. I thought of the film's basis for a certain Autobot. Pretty cool. Deal. But Chen Wushuang added a condition. Oh, brother, I'm upgrading to a LV4 shelter. Just 1,000 coal, and for the rest give me 200 wood. All right. Chen Mo. You, a frozen tundra used car dealer, are hitting LV4 too. I never saw it coming. A frozen tundra car dealer upgrading to LV4. The guy was a talent. Some people are just born for business. There's a saying, where there are people, there's trade. Shelters too. Buy junk cheap, fix it with skill, make things suited to the environment, sell high, rack up coal, buy supplies easily, and upgrade much faster. Deal. I wasn't short on wood, so I traded readily. Congratulations, Corvette, white, ×1 acquired. I went straight out to activate it. The sky was dim, but the mist hadn't come. Virum. I fused a fire seed energy in, blue light surged, and gears whirring. The quiet supercar transformed in a blink into a 5-meter-plus mechanical life form, silver-white metal frame, mighty, its blue eyes full of sci-fi menace. Whoa, a new buddy. Daniu, lying quiet, squawked excitedly at the newcomer. The silver-white one knelt to me at once. Mechanical life form number 3, greetings, creator. I nodded, sharp car. Mechanical life form. Type, ground forces. Strength 2,200. Defense 2,500. Agility 1,000. Firepower 3,000. Loyalty, absolute. Close to Daniu's, slightly lower, 300 less strength, a few hundred less agility and defense. So the mech's strength depends on the vehicle, probably the material, and especially the size. Like in the films, bigger vehicle, bigger body. Strength wasn't guaranteed, but for the frozen tundra, stacking size alone was plenty. And if a supercar was this strong, what if I got a heavy hauler? That'd be monstrous. I was tempted, though clearly those weren't easy to come by. Still, with a Corvette added, my survival edge climbed. But not enough. I needed more, a whole fleet. Dozens of transformers out at once, and what enemy could stand it? Even a zombie tide would have to flee while shouting, old and young first, we'll cover the rear. The prerequisite was leveling the shelter. I'd done the math. A LV3 holds 4, LV4 holds 8, LV5 holds 16. At LV8, I could field 100. Enough. Get to LV8 fast, and I'll have over 100, and walk the frozen tundra sideways. Brother Mo, come back. The mist's coming. The girl up on the arrow tower scrambled down and ran over. I looked her over, unsure. Are you the younger or the elder? Jianming blinked, exasperated. Brother, we've been here half a day, and you still can't tell us apart. I'm the elder, Jianming. Right, inside first. We headed in, and a moment later, a great rumble. The mist arrived on schedule, the fog outside carrying muffled snarls and strange footsteps. The sisters held their breath by the stove, not daring to speak. 3 days of this survival mode. But the memory of Sirius losing 3 people to bag one wolf king-like creature, hairless, hideous, with bat wings, terrified them. Be careful with these. I remember they come in packs, sometimes hundreds. Jianming said, fear in her eyes. Hundreds? I just smiled by the door. If only, I could reap a huge harvest. But unlikely. The Maxim turret fired, da-da-da, dense bursts, then wet bursting sounds, about 20 seconds, and silence. It stopped. The twins blinked. That's it. That fast. Against low-grade creatures, even cold steel works, never mind firearms. Hard to imagine. If modern long country brought heavy weapons here, it wouldn't be frozen tundra survival. It'd be resource extraction. Morning, bright. I went out with the 3 women to gather loot, and they froze at the 30-some zombie and mutant bat corpses around the shelter, The once arrogant creatures now strewn everywhere, missing limbs. My God. Hands over mouths, shocked and thrilled. This many, serious, 30-plus people, didn't dare make a sound at night, bagged the occasional one and lost 3 doing it. But beside this big brother, one night, 30-plus dead. Far better than serious. And a big haul, supplies plus many traits, all common ones, strength, agility, defense, free allocation, but a lot of them, around 30, over 90 points total. Not bad. I put them all on myself. Spirit 30, PhysDef 40, Magic Res 40, Strength 93, Agility 22, Strength at 93. Virum, I blurred forward at 4 times an ordinary person's speed and slammed a fist into the tree by the shelter. One punch, crack. The tree burst, snapped in 2, crashed down. Whoa! The 3 women stood stunned in the doorway. One punch shattered a tree. They finally understood why Chun Mo liked being alone. With strength like this and traits pouring in daily, anyone would want to be a lone wolf. But the more they saw, the more the sisters exchanged delighted looks. They'd picked the right person. What good were numbers? In frozen tundra survival, you follow the strong, and Chun Mo was exactly that. Not bad. I was pleased with the change in my strength, but it still wasn't enough. I needed more power. So I turned to the 3 women. Keep mining. Let's hit LV4 as soon as we can. The mist was only the first wave. Every half-month a fiercer calamity would come, and who knew what was next? I had to push the shelter's level as high as possible to survive. We understand. They knew it mattered, nodded hard, and took Dainyu out to the vein. I took the Corvette and the Scout Bird to hunt more zombies. But the things only came out at night. Finding one in daytime was near impossible, enough to make me wonder if they spawned on a fixed timer, flooding out after dark and vanishing by day. Still, not a total waste. 5 or 6 over the day, though the stat payout was pitiful, only 8 points. Beggars can't be choosers. A mosquito's still meat. So a busy day amounted to basically nothing. By evening the 3 came back, filthy. How'd it go? Panting from a day's digging, they handed over 200 iron ore. Good pace. I was surprised at how hard they'd gone. You bet, Li Muyao groaned, barely able to straighten her back, ready to collapse on the sofa. This isn't work, it's a death sentence. 200 didn't look like much, but they dug nonstop all day. Still, I wasn't satisfied at this rate. 9 more days for LV4. Too slow. I shook my head. The 3 were dumbfounded. Big brother, this is slow? They hadn't slacked at all. If this was slow, there was no hope. But it was true. The iron ore requirement was huge, normally enough for a LV5, and this was only a LV4. And it had to be done before the second calamity. This pace wouldn't cut it. I need to get more people working. So next morning, I went to the trading post to hire, pull a few survivors from other shelters to work for wages, i.e. coal. That way I didn't add mouths to feed, but got the labor. I posted, Chun Mo, hiring miners. Task, mining. 30 coal per person per day. Requirement, no fewer than 50 blocks. The post detonated. Are you kidding me? In Sea City, we were workhorses every day, and now in the frozen tundra you're recruiting day laborers? You don't treat us like people. They hadn't expected it. The frozen tundra explicitly let you join a shelter, basically a permanent post, and here was this guy running a temp staffing racket. It drew instant rage. What's wrong with you? Post your coordinates. I'll kill you. It startled even me. I'm just hiring a few miners. Why so worked up? But I got it. Workhorses in the real world were exhausted enough. People had hoped the frozen tundra let you live on strength, and here came someone running the capitalist playbook again, and day labor at that. Still, some asked for coordinates. We'll do it. They were desperate for coal, unlucky ones who'd landed in bad zones where boxes rarely spawned, forced to work elsewhere to save up coal and relocate, so they wouldn't have to trek a dozen kilometers daily. My 30 a day was decent, a day's survival plus a day's food, barely getting by. For a 4-person shelter, splittable. So signups were brisk. Then, as I was scanning the names, someone undercut. I'll do it for 28 a day, pick me. A guy named Neofun. The post. Racing to the bottom? That cheaper price interested me. Fine you. Neofun rejoiced, about to thank me, when another, Ma Dan, jumped in. I'll take 25. The 30 coal contractors blew up. You're killing the rate for everyone. A guy named Chin Feng publicly cried, boycott the undercutting. then DM'd me privately. Brother, I'll take 24, pick me. It made me laugh. Where there are people, there's strife. Even survival's no exception. And I'm no saint, so I posted. Chinemo, someone offered 24. Anyone lower? The post erupted in curses. Chinemo, you really deserve to die? Post your coordinates, I'll cut you down. Blacker than a vampire. I ignored it. Come at me, I'll finish whoever shows. In the end, I hired 10. Just 240 coal for 500 or 3 days, done. Far cheaper than buying high with no guarantee of a seller. Pleased with myself, I turned to find the 3 women in their pajamas staring at me. The look you'd give a great swindler. With the loot piling up, they had pajamas now, and figures that put each other to shame. What's with those faces? Nothing. Li Muyao couldn't help it. Pulling this in Sea City is one thing, but teleported to the frozen tundra and still this capitalist. Big brother, you're really something. Oh, is that so? I raised a brow. Then would you rather do the digging yourselves? No. They shook their heads like rattle drums. Better you hire people. Yes, hire. We can supervise. That's more like it. I snorted and told them to change clothes to head out. But the elder, Jian Meng, colored. Big brother, could you step out first? The place was 80 square meters now, but no partitions, so changing was awkward. What haven't I seen? I didn't budge. Fine. Reddening, she figured. Under someone's roof, you bow your head. So the 3 changed in front of me. Not bad at all. I thought, to keep this life going, I'd have to work harder. With that, I took them out. And just as we set off, WHFF, a violent whistle of air. Quick as I was now, agility 4 times an ordinary person's, a little trick like that couldn't touch me. I sidestepped, and a black iron arrow thudded into the tree beside me. Brother Mo, watch out, the women gasped. Then, nearby, slow rhythmic clapping. Oh, nice, fast reflexes. I turned, 7 or 8 people closing in from all sides, each with a finely made bow. The leader, a bald man past 30, face thick with menace. They were from the Lone Wolf base, not the headquarters, but a LV-4 shelter under it. Their job was finding targets for the Lone Wolf base, devouring and dismantling other survivors' shelters to grow Lone Wolf. That was how, despite the numbers, Lone Wolf had reached LV-7, on par with the Zhaoyan Gang and Night Rose. As a vanguard, they'd come to my coordinates, found the place, and staked it out. A LV-3 could hold 8, but inside there was just one. Boss, women, 3 of them, twins even. An underling blurted, eyes greedy. Smack. The leader cuffed him. You think I'm blind? The man clutched his face, silent. The 8 surrounded us. The leader, Brother Long, had taken a liking to my skill, rare to see, and smiled. Brother, interested in joining us? Name's Zhang Long, owner of a LV-4 shelter. I was already angry about the ambush, but kept it flat. And if I don't. An underling's voice shot up an octave. Then we kill you. 1 man with 3 women, against 8 of us with finely made bows. Yeah, watch how you talk to our boss. Brother Long waved them off and smiled, showing off. How about this? You and me one-on-one. I win, you come with us. I lose, I never saw this place. Deal. He'd barely finished. Bang. He flew like a loosed arrow into a tree. The others hadn't even registered it before I'd drawn my foot back. Their pupils shrank. This guy's that fierce. Brother Long had wanted to flex and got launched before he could move. He coughed blood, several ribs broken, staring in shock. How you've got such cough, such strength. Oh, still alive. I was surprised. That was a full power kick, lethal to an ordinary person, and he'd held on. Lucky he'd once picked up a defense trait, plus 10 defense, or he'd have been gone. But seeing me out fierce even Lone Wolf, he was terrified. He tried to rise, and I was already there, another backhand. Smack. He flew again, teeth knocked out. The underlings froze. Is that speed even human? Brother Long hadn't expected to hit an iron plate after so many days. Brothers move, he yelled. But before they could knock arrows, I was faster. Go. At the order, boom. The 2 parked supercars whirred and became 2 5 to 6 meter transformers, drew oversized energy hand cannons from behind, and blue light fell over the 8. Daniu's voice, swaggering. Hey, little ones, don't move. You're surrounded. The 7 survivors were stunned by the colossi, hand cannons bigger than their heads. They didn't doubt one shot would vaporize them. The tables turned. 7 men surrounded by 2 transformers, and I had Brother Long by the throat. What was that you said? One-on-one. Aye. He'd figured out why a LV-3 shelter held 1 man and 3 women. With 2 6-meter mechanical life forms, there was nothing to play. Coughing blood, he forced a smile. Misunderstanding, big brother. Don't kill me, I'll do anything. Want me not to kill now? Too late. I hate show-offs most. Speak nicely and I might have sent you off quick. But you had to strut in my face. In Sea City, I was a small worker. You bullying me, fine. But now, in the frozen tundra, you still try it? Then I'd have crossed over for nothing. So I kicked him into the tree, folded him into 3. Ah, big brother. The thin one paled, and, fearing he was next, threatened. Brother, think hard. We're Lone Wolf's vanguard. The Lone Wolf masters a LV-7 base. Level 5 already, you'd better. Attention. Form a line. At my word, they instinctively dropped their weapons and lined up. Dainyu lumbered over, cannon in hand. Boss, finish them? Easy. I was short of miners. My eyes swept them. I'll give you a chance to live, want it? Yes. Who wants to die? The thin one swore loyalty first. Big brother, just don't kill me. I'll do anything. Good. Satisfied, I waved to Li Muyao and the twins. We're short of diggers, and here's a ready supply. Take the Corvette and Dainyu, march them to the vein. Today's quota, 100 blocks each. Anyone who doesn't finish gets killed. Brother Long's people. Mining. You turned us into miners. We're Lone Wolf's elite vanguard, and now it's mining. Not willing. I raised a brow. The thin one, terrified of being folded into 3 like Brother Long, grinned and bowed. No problem. Just don't kill us. Anything you want. Good. I gave the Corvette and Dainyu a look. The 2 big ones marched the 7 off to the vein. Li Muyao was thrilled to find herself a supervisor, a fine feeling. But for the 7, misery. Lone Wolf's vanguard, their boss beaten, themselves turned into day laborers. No one to complain to. Move it. Before the thin one could rest, a hemp rope whip cracked across his back. Even bundled up against the cold, it stung to the bone. He yelped, but kept grinning at Li Muyao. Yes, working. Inwardly, though, just let me get out of here. I'll report to Lord Lone Wolf, you'll all die. While they mined, I wasn't idle. Brother Long was dead, but his shelter remained, so the scout bird led me to his now ownerless place. Empty, but the supplies were good. Rice, flour, noodles, water, sausages, vegetables, eggs, near 100 kilos. Don't underestimate that. At a normal 800 grams a day, it'd feed 1 survivor 4 months, or 8 people half a month. So I knew how much they'd looted. All mine now. I swept it into my pack, plus 2,000 coal, the frozen tundra's universal currency, basically dollars. And I didn't spare the shelter itself. Iron or 320, wood 120, metal or 100, steel 20. Seeing this haul, I finally understood why so many liked raiding shelters. Pure free pickings. Looks like I've been too soft. I decided to take a few shelters myself. Not the small ones, though. Go for the big ones. LV-5, LV-6. They had the resources. By evening, led by Dainyu and the Corvette, Li Muyao marched the 7 miners back. About 800 iron ore. Oh, not bad. You bet, Li Muyao giggled. I'm the supervisor. Didn't let them rest a second all day. The thin one had murder in his eyes, but with 2 6-meter things beside him, he swallowed it, switched to a smile. Big brother, we've dug 800. Can you let us go now? Let you go. I changed face. Did I say I'd let you go? He gaped. Big brother, you can't go back on your word. You said if we averaged 100 each, you wouldn't kill us. Right, I smiled. I said I wouldn't kill you. I never said I'd release you. The 7. Big brother, that's a bit much. Then, how do you mean to handle us? He asked carefully. I waved. Tomorrow, keep mining. 1 more day would do it. Work hard. If I'm in a good mood tomorrow, maybe I'll let you go. They figured fighting now meant death, and agreed, planning to find a way later. Night, day 6, the mist arrived. I took the 3 women inside and made the 7 build a small cabin outside to scrape through the night, which infuriated them. A full day's work and they won't even let us in? We'll freeze. Around the fire, an underling murmured, "Brother, let's sneak in at midnight and finish them." "Finish them?" The thin one laughed. "A LV3 shelter. You can crack that? And there are two big ones guarding." But the underling grinned and produced a rag-stuffed bottle. A Molotov. The thin one's eyes lit. They'd siphoned gas from a wrecked car, added alcohol, and a rag, meant for zombies. No zombies yet, though. Instead, they'd met me. We torched the bastard. Bet his shelter, good as it is, can't take a firebomb. Good idea. The thin one saw hope. Kill him, dismantle the shelter's traits, and even the two big ones would be his. His eyes went cold. Those two are mine. But before they could slip out under cover of dark, roar, HSSS. A vast mist surged in from all sides. Crap. The underling, Molotov just lit, saw zombies pour in from every direction and huge black bats above. Brothers, zombies. Forget them. The thin one had one target. Kill Chinemo first. But before the underling could throw, gears whirring, the two quiet supercars transformed into 5 to 6 meter colossi and, without hesitation, boom, opened fire on the charging zombies, dropping 3 or 4 at once. The Molotov holder gaped. One shot, 3 or 4 zombies. And the Corvette drew a 4-meter cleaver, slicing a zombie in two, its blade glowing red-hot, shredding everything in its path, cackling. Come on, more of you. More than yesterday. I'll cut you down, you little punks." The 7 would-be ambushers froze, swallowing hard. Then, toward the shelter, 5 or 6 mutant bats charged, locking onto the Molotov holder, bloodlust in their eyes. These creatures attacked shelters for the flesh. "Run, they're coming." The thin one grabbed him, but the underling was frozen in terror, the bats swelling in his vision. Then, da-da-da, dense fire riddled the bats into a bloody mist that spattered him. He finally noticed. 2 Maxim turrets had risen at the door, raking the bats from all sides, the fire net dropping a dozen plus. A Maxim too. The 7 froze. How many weapons does this guy have? They forgot their purpose, just staring at the scene, absurd as an alien war. Thwack! The last bat skewered on the Corvette's tailblade. 1,000 square meters fell silent. The Corvette even whistled at the 7 who'd run out. "Yo, ants, came to help?" "No need." The thin one. What could the thin one say? Kill Chinemo? He didn't doubt that the second he uttered the words, he'd end up worse than the vaporized zombies. He'd thought these big things just relied on size and strength. Now he saw it wasn't melee, it was high-tech. If you'd said you were this strong, we'd never have come out. That's suicide. So he snatched the Molotov, swung to put it out. It wouldn't, and grinned at the 2 colossi. "A stroll. We're taking a night stroll." Oh, Dania didn't expose him. No order from Chinemo, just nodded its blue eyes at the cabin. They got it and lined up obediently. Back inside, they clutched their chests, hearts hammering. Terrifying. Kill Chinemo? How? A Maxim burst and you're gone. Sleep, sleep. The thin one ordered, pretending nothing had happened. Next morning, I stepped out, stretched, breathed the cold. Not bad. Then I eyed the corpses on the ground. Quite a few. A rough count, about 50. Looks like as the mist drags on, these things multiply, Jin Meng said, looking at the burst flesh. Probably, I nodded. Day 6. One more, and it ended. The thin one heard us and hurried his people out, mining shovels already in hand, eager. "Big brother, it's late. We need to mine. When do we leave?" Li Muyao was curious. Why so eager today? Worked half to death yesterday, weren't they? But he didn't dare mention last night's horror. That thing, forget brother long alive. Even Lord Lone Wolf would be vaporized in one shot. So they'd chosen to behave. Aren't we just trying to get Big Brother into a LV4 shelter sooner? I knew about last night, but wasn't in a hurry. One more day was enough. Good attitude. Go. Off they went under the Corvette, Scoutbird, Li Muyao, and the twins for the last day's mining. The moment they left, a great rumble shook the whole ground. I nearly lost my footing. What's that? Then the system. Today's hint. 85 kilometers north, a ruin has landed. Explore it if you can. There may be an unexpected surprise. A ruin? I opened the channel. Sure enough, many had heard the quake. Buzzing. Did you hear that? An earthquake? Something exploded? A new rule? Most had no idea. I hesitated, then decided to follow the hint and check it out. Maybe there really was something good. I took Dainyu. Virum. It launched and tore off for the 85 kilometers. The plane ran endless, frozen, snow-blanketed, the odd lush wood I ignored, until I reached a canyon in the plain, smoke and dust billowing skyward. I stepped out, walked to the edge, looked down, and froze. A city, in a canyon maybe a kilometer wide and who knew how many long. It was as if a small city had fallen from above, collapsed high-rises everywhere, of fair scale, 3 or 4 kilometers across. A town. Puzzled, I had Dainyu lower me. Dainyu. Yes. Gears whirring. A huge electromagnetic hook formed on its right hand. One arm holding me, the other sinking the hook into the canyon wall. It climbed down. Not deep, 70 or 80 meters. When my feet hit hard asphalt, I looked up at a long street lined with leaning, crumbling high-rises shedding debris. There was even a sign, Modu Road. My head nearly burst. Sent me back to a modern city? It looked exactly like one. Asphalt road, shops, office buildings. Only as if it had been wrecked once over. But there were plenty of modern facilities. Did frozen tundra survival teleport a city in two? I was stunned. Then it hit me, and I grinned. If it's a modern city, there should be plenty of cars. My last transformer, right there? I'd been worrying about a lack of cars. Let's look inside. I took Dainyu in. A genuine ruined city, just an old small town, region unknown, but it had been bustling. I spotted a blue 7-Eleven. A convenience store? I went in. Sure enough, bread, sausages, chips, water, yogurt, plenty of it, some spilled across the floor, but the sheer quantity stood. Over 200 bottles of milk alone. Well now, I picked up a bottle and laughed. This kind of perk too? If this is a whole town, I'll strip it bare and build a fully modern base. Stow it first. No hesitation, I packed it all. The frozen tundra had supplies, but too monotonous, barely enough to keep a body running. Here it was different. Sushi, burgers, milk, all kinds of frozen food, premium by frozen tundra standards. So I stripped the whole 7-Eleven bare. Out again, I moved to the next target and found the abandoned town wasn't large, about 3 kilometers across, but it had everything. Offices, residential blocks, a mall. I found a pharmacy. The fallen sign caught my eye. Good stuff. The frozen tundra was sub-zero. Plenty of people had fevers and colds, and no medicine. Don't underestimate a fever. It can kill, and many had died of bacterial infections. But here there was medicine. Take it. Inside, I grabbed the common imports. Fever reducers, ibuprofen, acetaminophen, antidiarrheals, disinfectant alcohol, iodine, plus medical kits and bandages. The mall looked bombed. Rubble and collapsed structures everywhere, the odd chunk of concrete threatening to fall. But there was plenty here. I needed cups, knives, even cookware. So far I had only one pan, drinking water out of a frying pan. Since the option was here, I'd do it properly. Steamer, wok, cups, thermos, and as I kept packing, ding. Your pack is full. I froze, chopsticks in hand. Full already? The frozen tundra had big packs, and at my level mine was substantial, 500 kilos, and it was already full. I had the dense supplies. Modern goods, a waste to leave. Pity, I don't have a bigger pack. But no worry. No pack. I'll just find a car. I took Dainyu out of the mall. The streets outside were broken into uneven concrete slopes, rebar bared, rubble everywhere, some cars crushed to scrap, more of them battered, missing wheels, flattened roofs, smashed lights. All wrecked here, boss, Dainyu reported, scanning as it went. Not one intact. Understandable, dropped from the sky. But I don't believe there's nothing good. I pressed deeper, and behind the mall, where the lack of high-rises meant less crushing, I found cars. There, my eyes locked on a black Mercedes E300. A quick check, decent undamaged. Lower tier than Dainyu and the Corvette, but good cars were scarce here. I went to activate it. Boss, look over there. Dainyu's voice. I followed it, and behind the mall, in a corner, a 12-meter heavy truck lay quiet, a fallen residential building having crushed down onto the 5-story mall, the truck surviving in the gap. I narrowed my eyes, pupils brightening. A heavy hauler? A heavy hauler, that monster of a transport truck, pillar thick, with staggering hauling capacity. But that wasn't the point. The point was a heavy rig. Activate that, and I'm invincible. No hesitation, I ran up and used a fire seed. Hum. Blue energy melted into the rig, and I backed off as it whirred to life, gears grinding, and rose like a living thing. Boom. It was huge, a full 10 meters, 6 taller than Dainyu, its colossal frame radiating pressure as it stood. Whoa. Even Dainyu gaped up at the thing, like looking at an Optimus. Brother, you're big. Take this out, and a single roll would crush a swath of zombies. But before we could marvel, the rig was too tall and slammed its head into a fallen beam. Ow! It nearly buckled, shoved the beam off, and cursed. Damn it, what is this place? Then it saw me, sobered, climbed from the rubble, knelt, and rumbled like an echo from deep space. Mechanical life form number 4. Greetings, Lord Creator. I was stunned, too big. Picture a 10-meter, 3 to 4 meter wide colossus, like a 3-story building, speaking right in front of you. Then came the elation. Looked stronger than Dainyu and the Corvette. With this, who feared zombies? I'd just roll over them. From now on you're Juicy, I said. Pillar, since it resembled Optimus. Yes, my creator. With a new member, I got it to work. Come help me move things. The town was undiscovered for now, but who knew how long? A 500-kilo pack hadn't held much. With this rig's long bed, dozens of tons was nothing. So we hauled. With my strength, now 10 times an ordinary person's, lifting a car was easy, big furniture no trouble. I took the necessities, a soft big bed and a mattress worth tens of thousands, tables and chairs, can't always sit on the floor, a TV, and a radio. This thing. I eyed the radio, expression odd. No telling if only C-City was teleported in or everywhere, but maybe it could reach somewhere. Pack it. I threw it all on the rig. Supplies, clothes, a generator, solar panels. Both vital, since the frozen tundra had no electricity. Until, boss, it won't fit. Dainyu said, having climbed up and stomped on the load. The rig rocked. You're doing that on purpose, I griped. Dainyu grinned, sly. Done. I loaded the last item, a water purifier. Apocalypse or not, you should treat yourself. Head back. Virum. Dainyu roared off like black lightning, the heavy hauler full throttle behind it, and we left the ruined city for the shelter. Back home, Li Muyao and the twins had clocked off with the miners and the Corvette, waiting, and as the setting sun lit the endless plain, they saw a heavy hauler rumble up behind a black Lamborghini, its cargo heaped like a small mountain. Everyone gaped. A heavy hauler? The thin one sucked in a breath. Where'd Big Brother go? Robbing somewhere, with all this? I ignored him and stepped down. Muyao, Jin Ming, Jin Yao, what are you standing around for? Move the supplies. They snapped too, faces lighting up. Quick, move it. The thin one's crew jumped in too, unloading, and froze at the sight. Beds, medicine, bread, even frozen hot pot. Big Brother, where did you go? Li Muyao stared. This wasn't box loot. The truth. I found a ruin in the frozen tundra, like a human city. This came from there. A human city? This is a primitive plane. Where's a city from? No idea. I shook my head. Maybe the world thinks we have it too hard, so it teleported a city in too. They gaped. That's allowed. Unload it first. I'm going back. No wasting it. Excited. These were things the frozen tundra didn't have, especially medicine. Li Muyao had a cold coming on and no medicine, so the cold remedy delighted her. You all come with me, to carry. I wanted to stock up before the place was found. No problem. And Li Muyao added happily. Boss, good news. We hit our quota today. My eyes lit. Perfect. I had only 3 transformers, but a LV4 shelter would give 8 fire seeds. For more, and let me haul much more. So I gathered the iron ore and upgraded. In a flash of gold, the 80-square 2-story became 160, double. The iron door now a heavy steel one. The concrete walls now nearly 10-centimeter steel casting. The loft enlarged with a 3rd level added. And a blueprint appeared. Choose your shelter renovation. At LV4, a new function. The owner could remodel freely. Partitions, small rooms, even a basement level. I skipped the basement and turned the 160 square meters into 3 bedrooms and a hall, a 70-square living room, rooms about 30 square meters each, the upper floor a storeroom holding up to 240 cubic meters, basically 200 tons of supplies. and the concrete metal mix was now a single-piece steel fortress. Before, moving it meant fearing it'd fall apart. Now it was a mobile steel fortress. The third level, I made a lookout, high ground to watch the surroundings and sound the alarm at danger. Not bad. Under the sunset, the place was a black steel beast. 10-centimeter steel walls. Even a Barrett couldn't punch through, never mind zombies. Defense had doubled again to 4,000. Durability to 4,000. The per second repair from 4 to 8, and the twin Maxim turret had become 4 Maxims, each at double power. The thin one's crew gaped. This is a LV4? It looks harder than Lone Wolf's LV7. Of course, a LV7 used maybe 1,000 iron ore. Mine used 2,000, smaller in area and nearly all steel. And those black Maxim turrets had them holding their breath. This isn't a shelter, it's an apocalypse fortress. But the best part, the panel read LV4 Fire Seed. Current count 4 to 8. 8 now. For more Transformers. 3 of the big ones already neared invincibility. For more was a Decepticon Legion. No hesitation. Come with me. We left the Corvette and Scout Bird on guard, and I took the 7 captives, the 3 women, Juzi, and Dainyu back to the ruined town. 80-some kilometers in half an hour, flat out. The road so rough, even Juzi's 12-meter rig hit 180. The survivors aboard puking, nearly airborne. Past 6, sky not fully dark. They piled out, retching, then froze at the impact-wrecked town. There really is a town here? Stunned, they forgot to keep vomiting. Wrecked or not, anything here was treasure on the frozen tundra. I checked my watch. It's 6:30, you've got half an hour. Fill your packs, be back at the shelter before 8. The mist came at 8. Even with the big ones, I wouldn't gamble without certainty. Yes. They rushed off into the town. I set Juzi with Li Muyao and the twins to keep stripping them all. I don't care what you grab, pick useful things. Day 7 of the first calamity, who knew about tomorrow? We know. Li Muyao laughed. Modern city free shopping. We know what to take. Good. I had more important work. Activate the last 4 fire seeds for 7 transformers, not counting the weakling Scout Bird. The cars up top were wrecked, so I took Dainyu into a Central Mall's underground garage. Dark, power dead, but the Lumbo's lights cut on to reveal a mess, as if a beast had trashed it, and everywhere, cars. BBA, the Japanese trio, the American 3, BMW, Audi, Mercedes, Nissan, Cadillac, Buick. None interested me. I wanted sharper, fiercer machines. A circuit later, a blue Aston Martin. Move, I said, but it was Dainyu that had stopped. Boss, I think this one suits you. A dark blue Aston Martin DB12, sharp, black accents, clearly modified, elegant with a youthful edge. My target's a big one. I shook my head. I wanted another heavy hauler. This was nice but useless on the frozen tundra. Now, don't say that. Dainyu rumbled. Our strength isn't in size, it's in the engine, the heart. The stronger and finer the engine, the stronger we are. Big ones are clumsy. This V8 gives far more power. I looked around, and only this one rivals me. Oh, I smirked. You're not afraid I'll find a stronger one and outshine you, are you? How could I? Dainyu yelped. Boss, slander. Am I the kind of mech that fears being outdone? I'm thinking of you. Look at the other junk, drive that out, and you might get mistaken for someone heading to a fancy lounge. Kid knows a few things. Fine, do it. I tossed a fire seed into the dark blue Aston. Boom. It lit up, word to transform, and cracked its head on the garage ceiling before finishing. Ow. Clutching its head, but once its blue eyes found me, it went elegant, even sprawled. Oh, my honored Lord Creator, mechanical life form number 5, reporting. Oh ho. Smooth 1. The stats, strength 2,500, defense 5,000, agility 1,200, firepower 3,500. Stronger than the Corvette, even. Not bad. From now on, you're Aston Martin. Yes, Creator, it purred. But one wasn't enough. I need more. A long search, though, and nothing suited better. This place isn't rich either. Best car was just an Aston Martin. No discouragement. Not here didn't mean nowhere. Go. Virum. A black and a blue supercar tore out of the long-dead garage like roaring beasts. Half an hour nearly up, I returned with the Aston, and the survivors and 3 women, done gathering, gaped, forgetting to work, fixed on the supercars. Whoa, sharp. Two of them, front and back, in an apocalypse ruin. Quite the flex. As I stepped out, Li Muyao marveled. Boss is a little handsome usually, but kind of rough. Now I realize the boss stepping out of a supercar is so handsome. That made Jin Ming purse her lips. Please, the boss has always been handsome. Fair, Li Muyao said. With all these supplies, she admired him more. Others still lived primitively. Here they were going modern. Well, done. I walked over, eyeing the nearly full hauler. Done. Li Muyao nodded. Basically, I grabbed whatever there was. Good. No lingering, sort it back home. The priority was getting back. Move. I loaded the rig, Dainyu, the Aston, the 3 women, and the 7 survivors. The thin one's crew useless but still labor, each with a 100-kilo starter pack, 700 kilos total, human pack beasts, to be dealt with later. At 7, the sun's afterglow died and the sky dimmed. Even with the frozen tundra's shorter nights, it was darkening. Under my command, the convoy rolled out, Dainyu leading, the Aston as rearguard, the hauler in the middle, out of the apocalypse-ruined town. But 10 kilometers out, something felt wrong. Boss, don't you feel it? It's awfully quiet around here. Li Muyao, belted into Dainyu's passenger seat, looked over uneasily. I noticed too. Normally the mist hadn't risen yet at this hour, but it shouldn't be silent enough that not even a bird showed, and by now a few stray zombies usually appeared. Now, nothing. Off. I frowned and told the Aston, speed up, scout ahead. Yes, my Lord Creator. The rear guard roared off, hit 300, on the broken road, peeling away. Whoa, the survivors on the hauler gaped. That car's a beast, this terrible road, that fast. Like a bullet train. But moments later the Aston, a kilometer ahead, crested a rise and came tearing back toward us, hazards flashing frantically. The meaning was clear. Pull back, boss, fast. Elegance gone, it bolted like a spooked rabbit. What happened? Dainyu braked hard to avoid a collision. Li Muyao shrieked and grabbed the handhold. Big brother. I stayed calm. 4 to 5 times human reflexes aren't for show, and the 2 cars drifted to a stop on the slope, the hauler nearly fishtailing but holding. We stepped out. Dainyu transformed to its 6-meter form and charged the Aston, slamming its hood. Hey, what are you playing at? Hurt me. Fine. What if you'd hit the boss? The Aston flipped up into its blue mech form and snapped back. You think I wanted to? Why don't you look over there? We followed where it pointed, down, and froze, pupils quaking. On the once endless plain, a black mass, countless zombies like black ants, no end in sight, snarling, moving with purpose toward the plain's north. So many. I'd seen plenty of films, the epic battle scenes, but none compared to this endless tide. At least several million. This many. The thin one's legs nearly gave. This isn't the mist. This is a zombie calamity. Jin Ming and Jian Yao went pale. Wasn't it supposed to come at 8? Why so fast and this many? Among them, LV4 and LV5 elites, huge, standing out in the swarm. What did you expect? I said, staying calm. The first calamity ends tonight. The frozen tundra's little surprise. Surprise? The women shivered. That's not a surprise, that's extinction. Who could withstand a zombie calamity like this? Even I knew my crew plus a few transformers couldn't push through it. And some zombies had spotted us, bloodlust gleaming in the dim light, peeling off toward us with excited snarls. Quick, pull back. No hesitation. Even the splinter group breaking our way numbered in the tens of thousands. I had the 2 big ones revert to supercars, loaded up, and we fled. Can't reach the shelter now, back to the town to hide. Yes. Dainyu, itching to fight, knew ants drown an elephant, so it reverted and ran, Aston grabbing the twins, the hauler behind. But the roaring engines, in that silence, were like bombs, drawing more and more zombies, who swarmed in from all sides. And just down the slope, dozens burst out ahead, charging recklessly. We'll be surrounded. Li Muyao's eyes shook. Don't panic, ram through. I was calm. My transformers have near 3,000 defense. Dodge your edge? Please. At my word, Dainyu, far from afraid, gunned it, engine roaring louder, and bang, sent 3 or 4 zombies flying. One charged on, rotten white eyes nearly on us, But Dainyu gave it no chance. Side transformed an arm, formed a big energy cannon. Boom. One shot vaporized it before it could react. No blood mist even. Then several more. Boom. Boom. Each like a missile bursting on the ground. The struck zombies hurled 7 or 8 meters even by the shockwave, dismembered, shrieking. Whoa, that fierce. Li Muyao gaped. One shot, 7 or 8 zombies, and rapid fire. That's not a hand cannon. That's a missile. Even I hadn't expected it to be that fierce. But the stronger, the better for me. Punch through. Yes, boss. Virum. Dainyu roared and tore a gap in the swarm, energy shells dropping, zombies vaporizing. And the heavy hauler, that colossal steel body, was a bulldozer. Zombies flipped away like paper, landing as resource boxes. The survivors aboard gaped. Look, gears dropping. And traits. Good thing the LV4 upgrade gave auto pickup on kills, so I scooped it all up as we drove. And finally, vroom, we broke the encirclement before it closed. But the zombies kept after us, especially the big tyrant-like ones, 2 meters plus, fast as a 100-meter sprinter, snarling and chasing with a mass of others behind. What do we do, boss? They're still after us. Li Muyao gripped my hand, voice shaking. Don't panic. I scanned. Open plain, no cover. Pull back to the town. Buildings there might hold even against zombies. Safer. Virum. But the instant the convoy hit the town, roar. A huge zombie, a full 3 meters, leapt like the Hulk and grabbed the hauler's trailer, nearly flipping it, pounding and slamming with its fists. Whoa! The survivors nearly tumbled off. That enraged the hauler. With an emergency stop and a fishtail, it transformed, gears grinding, into a 12-meter colossus. The 3-meter LV5 zombie, still pounding away, looked up, dumbstruck, found itself dangling, small as an ant, its frenzy turning to shock. Oh, you damn bud. Now it was Juzi's turn to be furious, a zombie leaping onto it, scattering the loot it had collected. It hoisted the tyrant like an infant, formed a big energy hand cannon, aimed at the head, and fired. The LV5 panicked. Wasn't this a truck? How is it a boss? Wanting to plead misunderstanding, but unable to speak. Boom. Blue light vaporized the tyrant, leaving only armor clattering to the ground. Dead, it's dead. The thrown-off survivors stared at the 3-meter tyrant's remains, breathless. Big brother, you've got a 12-meter one too? And crushed a LV5 elite that easily? But I had no time. The LV5 had dropped gear, a purple glow on the ground. A bow. Laser bow. Quality, purple. Agility +10, strength +30, attack 600. Trait, solar endurance. Purple unlimited use in sunlight. Without sun, stores up to 100 laser shots. Oh ho. A metal transforming bow, Hawkeye style, sharp and futuristic, and energy attacks. High tech. I stowed it, and with pursuers behind. Into the town, find a defensible spot. This isn't the plane, we won't be so passive. Yes, boss. Dainyu and Aston transformed back to 6-meter mechs, Dainyu directing. Martin, check that street for danger. Don't go more than 30 meters from the boss. Understood. Neither interested in brawling now. All focus on guarding the perimeter and protecting me. So 3 transformers, 3 women, 7 survivors, and I went in. Dark had fallen. Unsure if the town had zombies or other creatures, I stayed cautious. Deeper in, we reached a bank. Aston's infrared thermal scan found nothing, and it radioed Dainyu. No danger here. Rest for now. A domestic construction bank branch building, damaged by the fall, but mostly intact, a half-built shell beside it. Inside first. But before we could enter, gears grinding, a violent shudder, and quick-eyed Dainyu lunged. Boss, watch out. It scooped me and Li Muyao up and flipped clear just as, boom, a huge yellow RH-400 mining hydraulic excavator crashed down from above, nearly crushing me. The thing, big as a 3-story building, hit with a thunderous roar, dust everywhere. Even at a distance, the survivors were nearly blown off, coughing. What is that? When the dust cleared, I got up and turned to a staggering sight. A thing about 14 meters long, rivaling Juzi, but 9 meters wide, near 10 tall, on huge tracks. Its bucket a stunning 20 square meters, dwarfing the hauler, lying half-flipped, blocking the whole street, taller than you could see in one look. An RH-400 hydraulic excavator, a worldly lone wolf survivor gasped. Every excavator operator's dream machine, the unit alone running into the hundreds of millions. Even I was rattled. The hauler was a baby brother next to it. Roar. And right then, the snarls outside swelled again. Boss, Aston, on the rooftop, reported in its elegant voice. The zombies are coming, more and more pouring in. Perfect timing. I looked at the towering machine and smiled coldly, walked up, and held a fire seed to it. 3 transformers had felt not quite enough, but with this 1,000-ton king, fear a zombie tide? I pressed my hand to the excavator and fed in the fire seed. Virum. Vast blue light wrapped the whole machine. What's that? The twins, Li Mu Yao, the survivors, all drawn by the surge of power. Aston, up top with a laser blade, spoke. Boss, they're here. Hold them off. The excavator was so huge it took the energy infusion form, about 3 minutes to fully fuse. So I told the 3 Decepticons to stall. Yes, boss. Watch this. Danyu, eager, transformed an arm into a 2-meter hand cannon, the other into an electrified hook. The North Main Road has the most. I'll block there, take 80% of the pressure. And Juzi, 12 meters tall, used its strength to draw a mass of zombies 300 meters off. Good. Aston and Danyu nodded. Clear division of labor. The remaining zombies poured in from all streets like starved beasts after food, only to meet the 2 6-meter colossi. The lead LV-3s froze, weirdly human shock on their faces. That big? Danyu grinned. Heck, come on. Boom. One shot swallowed 2 LV-3s, blasting the ground open. That lit the whole tide. Mindless low zombies charging fearlessly, a black flood through every street. Hold them. Danyu fired, shot after shot, and within a 100-meter radius the zombies couldn't advance a step, flames soaring, blue energy washing the scene like a cyber battlefield. Each blast vaporized a dozen, Danyu firing left and right, spinning between streets, pinning them all beyond 100 meters. Locust thick as they were, they couldn't break the ring. But the numbers were endless, charging without pause. Boss. Li Muyao panicked. Quiet. I kept channeling the fire seed. Then, boom, a wall collapsed, and a 3-meter zombie charged through. It's a LV-5. The thin one's legs went weak. The tyrant was bald, 3 meters, thick with muscle, heavy armor, more human-looking than the withered ones, gray-brown skin, red eyes. That thing could flatten a LV-5 base. But here it was just a foot soldier. These higher zombies had some awareness. It saw the 2 6-meter mechs, paused, then charged roaring to smash Danyu. But just as everyone braced for a bloody fight, Danyu happened to turn, and its thick arm brushed the tyrant, flinging it into a wall. Something bumped me. Danyu's attention was already on the new breach, zombies surging through. Ha, come on. Its blue eyes were turning red, a proper Decepticon menace. It produced a grenade somewhere, popped the pin, and lobbed it, a meter-long grenade rolling into the swarm. The zombies hadn't reacted before, red flashing. It detonated, blue energy exploding, turning the ground to metal that spread, carbonizing every zombie it touched into metal, a 500 square meter scorch. One throw, 200 plus dead, the LV-5 tyrant caught mid-flee, frozen metal in a running pose. The survivors gaped. One grenade, a LV-5 plus hundreds gone. With firepower like that, why are we running? You could wipe them in minutes. But the catch, the firepower was absurd, the energy wasn't, and it needed slow recovery. The zombies, though, were endless, a tide. And as Danyu cleared that wave, the packed outer ranks rushed the opening. More. Danyu was straining now, tens of thousands outside, including 4 or 5 3-meter tyrants. The thin one paled, cold sweat despite the -20. We've kicked a zombie nest, LV-5s he'd never seen in his life, and nearly 10 out now. Damn it. With the last shot fired, Danyu shook its cannon. Out of energy. Their power needed fire seed storage to recharge, at least 2 hours, and the zombies wouldn't grant it. But Danyu grinned, released the electrified hook, locked onto the LV-5s, and whistled at Aston. Hey Martin, I'll hold here, you guard the boss. It charged the LV-5s. Roar. The tyrant froze at the 6-meter mech bearing down. "Why are you coming at me?" And tried to flee, but behind it, vroom, a car came flying. Dainyu spun, the electrified hook cutting it in two with a laser slice. And then all the charging zombies, sensing some dreadful pressure, halted at once, slowly drawing aside. Then Dainyu and the others saw a far larger zombie, the ground quaking with each step, come around the corner, nearly 4 meters. "That's a LV-8 zombie king." The crowd froze. The tyrant was more human still, nearly twice the breadth of the 3-meter ones, the LV-5s like children beside it, all bowing reverently. "Interesting," Dainyu mused. "These zombies have a strict hierarchy." As the king appeared, more zombies followed, surrounding the place layer on layer. Easily over 10,000, and the king probably commanded far more. Roar, roar, roar. The zombies, as if signaled, snarled in unison, bloodlust and excitement in their eyes. The king hefted a Mercedes effortlessly, aimed at Dainyu, and roared twice. "One-on-one?" "Oh-ho," Dainyu laughed. "Interesting. If I weren't out of energy, I'd vaporize you in one shot." But before the king could swagger, it froze, watching a vast shadow rise over it under the moonlight, swelling, towering. Behind Dainyu, something near 20 meters tall had slowly stood, every slight movement a deafening clang of grinding gears that crawled up the spine. A casual brace of its arms shattered the foundations of the buildings on both sides, leaving them swaying. The king blanked, because the thing was too big. Transforming, even 10-meter-wide streets were too cramped. It had wrecked the surrounding buildings. Two huge arms braced on the ground, gouging craters as it rose. Boom. The flung debris even killed some ordinary zombies. "Big brother, we said one-on-one. Where'd this come from?" But Dainyu's red eyes lit at the new arrival. "Whoa, new buddy, 20 meters tall." "Ha ha." It eyed the king, gloating. "Kid, you're in trouble." The king was terrified, and so were the LV-5, LV-4, LV-3 tyrants beside it. 6 meters they might have tried, 2 or 3 times their size. Gang up, manageable. But 20 meters? I couldn't reach its knee jumping. The king blanked, forgot to even throw the car. Finally, the big one finished transforming. Yellow skin, slender but tough metal bones, like a Constructicon but more shocking, crimson eyes locked on the king, and a 10-meter-wide bucket. This isn't an excavator, it's an all-things-equal crusher. The king snapped to, dropped the car, turned and ran, snarling, "Retreat." But run? Where do you think you're going? I'd had my eye on this LV-8 king. The LV-5 dropped a purple energy bow. A LV-8 had to drop orange gold. Constructicon, take them out. Roar. The excavator, itching to go, strode over, kicking zombies away with no resistance. The fallen ones crushed to pulp, feeling no drag at all. Every step killed dozens. Now all the zombies panicked, the swagger of tens of thousands gone, scattering in terror, trampling each other. Ants can kill an elephant, but never a dinosaur, never mind a titanium one. The king, near tears, tried to flee with a few elites, but couldn't. The shadow over it grew. It looked up, scalp going cold at the colossal metal foot descending. Roar. It poured all 60 tons of strength into bracing, but forgot one thing. The excavator was a 1,000-ton king. One pause as the foot landed, and, boom, the king vanished. The survivor's pupils quaked. One step, a LV-8 king crushed. With the king gone, the rest scattered wildly. But I wasn't merciful. Constructicon, keep chasing, crush all you can, drive them out of the town. Yes, master. It strode after them until every zombie was driven out, and Juzi rumbled back as the hauler. The crowd, looking at the now empty street, finally exhaled. We survived. Jin Ming sat down hard, wiping cold sweat, hands still trembling. Without that excavator, even with Dainyu and Aston unharmed, they'd likely have died here. Only I stayed calm. I'd known Dainyu, even out of energy, could have carried us out easily. 3 minutes of fighting, and zombie corpses heaped over 1,000. The street pocked and strewn with limbs, most simply vaporized. For the first time, I felt the Transformers' terror directly, true crushing dominance. Dainyu, still cocky. Pity we've too few members. A few more. Not one zombie would escape the town. I believed it. These two had to split focus protecting the women, couldn't go all out. 7 or 8 of them, blocking every main road. And who'd be surrounding whom? Still, not bad. Several LV-5s dead, over 1,000 zombies. Pity most were vaporized, which seemed to cut the resources and traits. Only 100 some all told. But I'd kill the LV-8 zombie king. I went over to the dropped loot, dense supplies, weapons, gear, traits, blue, purple, orange, and the most dazzling, one-piece blazing gold. Barrett M82A1 gold. Oh ho, a Barrett? My eyes lit. A few transformers or not. Who mines more weapons? And this was no ordinary Barrett, a gold trait one. I picked it up. Barrett M82A1 gold. Damage 1,500. Traits. 1. Frostbreak. Ignores 100% armor/defense, absolute attack. 2. Winter Cannon Snipe. Every 3 shots accumulate 1 frozen tundra megashell, blasting a 15-meter diameter ice crater. 3. Infinite Armor Piercing. No reload. Ammo never runs dry. Always high explosive AP. 3 traits. Ignore defense, infinite ammo, and a frozen mega cannon. This is allowed. 1 shot, a 15-meter ice crater. That's not a Barrett, that's a missile launcher. Li Muyao and the others rushed over. Boss, what is it? A Barrett. I tossed it to her. I don't need it, it's yours. She nearly dropped it, barely hugging it, dubious. With 10 times human strength, the Barrett didn't matter to me. The women were ordinary, and one for self-defense was perfect, and to help against zombies and frozen tundra beasts. But she paled. It wasn't that she didn't want it, but with her slight frame, even a pistol's recoil might break her. 1 Barrett shot, and she'd snap and be flung. Oh right, I'd forgotten to give her traits. I pulled 20 each of agility, defense, strength, and spirit from my inventory, 80 points, and gave them all to her. I had plenty now. This haul netted 100+ traits, around 200 points, plus the king's drop, 240 total. Now you can use it. Really. Her eyes lit. Touched that I'd give her something so good, eyes reddening. My own parents weren't this good to me. Enough. I waved off. You getting stronger and using that Barrett is the biggest help to me. With triple human strength, a Barrett would handle like a toy. She nodded hard, used the traits, and said earnestly, Brother Mo, I'll get you more traits. The twins and survivors were envious. 80 points, just handed over. But they knew Li Muyao was the first member. Wait, the boss won't shortchange us. I noticed. Relax, you'll get yours. Traits are scarce now. I'll distribute one by one. They perked up at once. Gather the supplies. We head back to the shelter at dawn. The survivors didn't dare hide anything. One who'd pocketed a fine steel knife had already been killed by Aston, leaving 6, badly shaken. A quiet night. The cars kept a constant temperature, so we were comfortable. At dawn the mist dissolved, the eastern sun lighting the ruined town. I had Daniel scout outside first. With the zombies gone, we headed back. On the way, the previous night's calamity showed. Many breached shelters, wrecked cabins, signs of fighting. The channel survivor count, 350,000/3,500,000. Hundreds of thousands gone in a night. The first calamity left a 10th. The frozen tundra plays rough. Good thing I had the transformers and the system hints, or I'd have been finished in one wave too. But this was only the start. In 7 days, another calamity, maybe worse than the mist. Priority. Keep upgrading. Activate more transformers. Rumble. The convoy reached the shelter, and outside lay a fresh pile of zombie corpses, roughly 200. Well now, I was surprised. Virum. A white Corvette rolled up. Honored boss, you're finally back. These all you? I asked. Of course. The Corvette's character matched its vehicle. Flashy, flippant, young, and brash. Then it grinned. Not all me, though. There's a survivor here, too. A survivor? I looked toward the shelter, and by the little cabin stood a beautiful woman in black combat gear, slender, face a little grimy but undeniably striking, sharp and spirited, holding a custom bow. Unlike Li Muyao and the twins, sweet, pretty, decorative, this one was cold, capable, a powerful presence. She looked coolly detached, but seeing the cars behind me, surprise flickered in her eyes. How is this survivor so lucky? All these talking cars, and what's that 14-meter excavator? But she'd seen the world. She lowered her bow, stepped up, and softened. I'm Pei Shi, leader of Night Rose, a LV-7 shelter. Pei Shi, Night Rose? I just looked blank. What was that, a shelter's name? Don't know it. I shook my head. Her extended hand froze mid-air, face startled. You haven't heard of Night Rose? It was a famous LV-7 shelter on the frozen tundra, on par with the Zhaiyan Gang and the Lone Wolf Base. If she hadn't cut it so fine yesterday, gathering supplies, hunting the right resources, she'd never have run into the zombie tide. In the end, all 3 survivors with her had died. Only she made it, hoping to wait out the disaster in the cabin beside this LV-4 shelter. But she hadn't expected 4 Maxim turrets here, firing in unison, wiping out hundreds of zombies. In modern society, a Maxim was nothing, but on the frozen tundra, a weapon like that was basically a cheat. It made her curious about the owner, a place where a flintlock was a marvel, and he had AI weapons and talking cars. So she'd meant to recruit him. And now you haven't heard of Night Rose? I might not know it, but the twins did. They'd fled a LV-5 shelter, after all, and knew the name. Their faces showed surprise, which made Pei Shi feel a good deal better after a harrowing night. Jianming said quickly, Boss, Night Rose is one of the top shelters on the frozen tundra. Over 100 people, they say. I never thought we'd meet its leader here. But I was immovable. Not my problem. Pei Shi's confidence stalled. Brother, you're that arrogant? Honestly, I didn't rate these so-called shelters. If I'd wanted, I'd be bigger than the Zhaiyan Gang already. An opening cheat is no joke. But Pei Shi assumed I just didn't follow the channel. She glanced around, saw only the 4 of us. You've got 4 people, 3 of them girls. Night Rose mainly takes women, no men inside. If you join, we'll make an exception, and you can be my second. In her view, the Maxims aside, ammo runs out eventually. 1 man with 3 women was too hard. Join us, survival's easier. Had she known I leaned on Transformers, she'd not have said it. As for why she only saw 4, the thin one and his crew had been dealt with on the road. Used up, no longer useful. But I said, not interested in other shelters. I like going it alone, for now at least. Is that so? She smiled, unoffended. The Maxims were strong. 100+ people might not be as safe as this. Still confident, though, she had over 100 survivors, and that was just the start. Within half a month, she'd hit LV-9, 500+. She believed I'd come around, and added me as a friend. Either way, your turrets saved me tonight. If you ever need anything, reach out. And if anyone on the frozen tundra dares bully you, just use my name. The frozen tundra? I laughed. If anyone in this world ever dares bully you, use my name. Chinemo. She blinked, more surprised. More arrogant than me. But eyeing the Maxims, she nodded, figured he relied on them, smiled. Then, until we meet again. She took her weapon and left for Night Rose. After she'd gone, the Corvette transformed back to a 6-meter mech. Corvette, you've got nerve, taking in a survivor without my say-so? Boss, slander, it groused. A beauty had shown up, by human standards, and the thing was, Boss, isn't this exactly your type? If not for thinking I'd want her, it'd have shot her on sight. TCH. My face darkened. What kind of talk is that? Am I that sort of person? But under the near-simultaneous looks of agreement from the twins and Li Muyao, I felt a little guilty and waved it off. Enough chatter, get to it. Move all the supplies inside. 7-day grace period now. More people would be out gathering. Use this window to push the shelter to LV-5. Then I'd have 16 fire seeds. After that battle, I'd seen how absurd these big ones were. 4 of them ran tens of thousands of zombies off. 16, and I'd fear no tide. Upgrade, definitely. Right then, the system chimed. Today's hint, day 1 after the mist calamity. Out the door, turn left, 400 kilometers off, a city ruin. Its plaza has a gold box. Open it for a LV-5 gold building blueprint. My eyes lit. A gold blueprint, exactly what I needed. With it, 16 Decepticons. But 400 kilometers, round trips nearly a day. Too far. Yesterday's tide, caught cutting it fine, was fresh in my mind, and I wouldn't risk that again. Then got it. I remembered the scout bird, off learning to talk from Daniel. I'll have the little guy bring it back. The Decepticons had 2 modes, their own consciousness, or my remote control. I could pilot the drone there. It couldn't open the box, but it could carry it back, and I'd open it. And it was fast, 400 kilometers in maybe an hour. I set the 3 women to move the furniture and appliances in and tidy the rooms. Time to upgrade the interior. The town trip had paid off. No problem. Tired of sleeping on a wooden floor, they were eager for a bed and got Aston and Dania hauling things in. I went to the top floor, sat in a gaming chair scavenged from the town, and piloted the scout bird through its holographic feed. Squawk. The bird flew out, headed for the ruin. On the way, even braced for it, the endless plain told the tale. Countless zombie tracks, many wrecked cabins, and I understood how big last night's calamity had been. I was quietly glad I'd activated the construct icon, or I'd have suffered too. The sight of so many breached shelters only hardened my resolve to grow the Decepticon Legion. An hour later, the bird reached a canyon, and below, another city ruin, bigger than the town, more ruined. The bird's thermal scan found no human survivors. Don't they know the ruins exist? I'd assumed it was newly appeared. But following the bird in, I understood. A mass of zombies, roughly several thousand. No wonder. Not everyone had a Decepticon Legion. An ordinary LV3 might, combined, kill one common zombie, never mind a tide of thousands. Deeper in, the magnetic field grew disturbed, the zombies thicker, with LV5s, SIXS, 7s. So they hide in the city ruins. That was why there were no zombie traces outside. But it didn't matter. An ordinary survivor would have been attacked, but the scout bird, a mechanical life form with no flesh, drew no aggression. Keep going. Soon I reached the plaza. At the fountain, a glinting gold box. There it is. I piloted the bird in. It grabbed the box with a big metal claw and flapped off. But a zombie spotted it and lunged from the fountain to grab it. A LV3 tyrant. No worry. A LV3 couldn't touch the bird. I opened fire. Da-da-da. The bird's wing reconfiguring to a Gatling, shredding the elite to pulp. Not bad, this. Felt like an apocalypse survival game. And the zombie dropped a purple item. Spatial pack. Purple grants 100 tons of carrying space on use. A spatial pack. Good stuff. I was still on a 50-kilo pack, and this was 100 tons, like a 5x5 meter, 4-meter tall warehouse. Bring it back. The bird stowed it with the box and flew home. What I didn't know, dropping that pack triggered a channel broadcast. Congratulations, Player XX, braved the city ruin, killed a LV3 elite zombie, obtained spatial pack, purple. The channel exploded. A purple pack? Someone went into the ruins. After the quake, many had found the ruins. No one wanted to live like cavemen and explored. But the result? Everyone who went in never came out, and their last words were always, "Don't go in." The city ruins feed on us. It had terrified would-be explorers. And now someone had gone in, killed a LV3, dropped the spatial pack. Is this some big shelter faction? And it wasn't over. The system chimed again. Congratulations, player found a gold box in City Ruin C07. The channel erupted. A gold box. Who's in the ruins? Suicidal? Maybe the Jiayin gang? Already 500 plus people. But Wang Zetian spoke up. Not me. He knew more than most. The ruins weren't taboo, just zombie dense. He kept quiet, though. He wouldn't share such a prize, planning to wait until strong enough to go hunt zombies, take the city's resources, even seize it. But someone had beaten him to it. Wang Zetian, is it Night Rose? Pei Shi, not us either. That puzzled Wang Zetian, who dared enter the ruins and got a gold box. A long wait, no one opened it, so everyone grew more curious. Until an hour later, when survivors had assumed the guy died before opening it. Finally, congratulations, Player XX opened a gold box, obtained M4A1 assault rifle ×1, universal ammo ×100, breaching grenades ×4, compound bow ×1, compound arrows ×100, LV5 gold building blueprint ×1. The channel blew up again. He opened it, he's alive. An M4A1, breaching grenades, serious? Firearms, on the frozen tundra, hugely powerful, and one box gave all that. Give me even a compound bow. Plenty were still on crude bows. Envy everywhere. Who is this, surviving the ruins? Hidden info, cautious one. Damn, he scored. Another rising power, surely. Pity he was anonymous, or he'd be a target. But as they speculated, in the trading post, Chin Mo, selling, Compound bow times 1. No coal. 100 steel units. Not too much, right? Survivors who knew Chun Mo from the post froze. Brother, you opened that gold box? You're this lucky? Didn't you open an AWM last time too? And Chun Mo, who just listed the bow, was equally dumbstruck. The bird had returned and I'd opened the box, a pile of junk by my lights. M4A1, compound bow, breaching grenades. Honestly, apart from the gold blueprint, I couldn't use any of it. For firepower, who beats a Decepticon? Better to sell. But sell a gun? No, contraband. How would an ordinary survivor have an M4A1, and what for? What if they turned it on me? So, not selling, period. The compound bow was different. Stand still, and it does no harm. So I'd listed it for steel to build with. Because the LV5 gold blueprint demanded a lot. For 100 steel, 1,000 silver, or 100 gold for stable wiring. 100 titanium alloy. 10 steel equals 1 titanium. Meaning 1,000 steel and 10,000 iron ore. That's not building a shelter. That's robbery. But the blueprint's trait made it make sense. Nuclear power generator. 1,000 kilowatt hours per hour, like a small power plant, scaling with shelter level. On the frozen tundra, even the city ruins had no power. Count on solar panels? Useless late game. But a nuclear plant, build away, and never worry about power. Worth keeping. The materials? Get them at the post. So I listed the compound bow, fit for cavemen. But the moment I did, I was recognized. Chindayo. Brother, you're the anonymous player? Wow, you brave the ruins? Chen Wushuang. Big bro, selling the M4A1? I'll pay high, 500 steel. Seeing all the familiar names, I realized I'd listed too soon. But no harm. I wasn't the only one to get a gold box. The top shelters all had some opening luck. So I played it off. Just lucky. That confirmed it, and the post exploded with DMs. Brother, selling the M4A1? I have ammo, no gun. Give me the breaching grenades, 100 steel. Many had even renamed themselves. Merchant Wu Di of C11, Merchant Zhang Qi of C13, Merchant Zhang San of C16, clearly looking to flip goods. None interested me, except an old friend, Chen Wushuang, the used car dealer. Where'd he get so much steel? Curious, I asked. Brother, aren't you selling cars? Where's all this steel from? Chen Wushuang. Heh, expanded the business. I was speechless. Chen Wushuang no longer just sold cars. He'd become a merchant, buying up building materials, weapons, gear, and flipping them. Chen Wushuang. Money's money. No shame in it, whatever earns. So the M4A1. Fine. I had to give him a thumbs up. A real talent. No wonder he'd survived. But the M4A1. I figured 500 was too low. 1,000 steel units. Robbery. He yelped. But I had my reasoning. Brother, if you weren't a familiar face, I wouldn't sell it for 10,000. Never mind 1,000. You know its lethality better than me. No need to spell out the value. Fair, he admitted after thinking. Actually, he wanted it for self-defense. Merchant competition was fierce. If I don't arm myself, someone might raid me. Oh, afraid of being raided? I smiled. Easy. Tell you what, 400 steel and 200 titanium, low price. He balked. Just now it was 1,000 steel. Now it's up to 2,400? Brother, not my fault. You're the one who needs it. I'll throw in 100 rounds. He gritted his teeth. With a LV5 shelter, 30-some people, but predators all around, he agreed. Good. I was pleased. The M4A1 was worth this much. Tell you what, another 100 gold, and I'll add 2 breaching grenades. Grenades? He was tempted. The gold might take till tomorrow. I don't have that much, but I've got a gold mine survivor contact. Delivery tomorrow. Tomorrow? No rush. No problem. Oh, brother, still want cars? I just took in a new batch. Cars. I didn't want ordinary ones now, but I asked. Model? Heh, Lamborghini Huracan, Ferrari 458, all intact. You can use them. I shook my head. Worse than what I've got, pass. I don't want supercars now. I want heavy haulers, excavators, the bigger the better. Brother, you switched fast. You wanted supercars before, now excavators? A pause. Then he thought of something. Brother, want a subway train? I froze. A subway. I smacked my forehead. Why didn't I think of that? It made me think of the film's drill monster, Shockwave's pet, dozens of meters long. If I could make one, Then in a zombie tide, I'd just roll it through. Wouldn't that beat the construct icon? You have one. Chen Wushuang, no? TCH. I slapped the table. False alarm. Toying with me? Innocent face. Not my fault. Brother, I didn't know you wanted one. And the guy who had a subway died in last night's tide. Same as nothing, then. But not discouraged. At least it was a reminder. A subway's a vehicle too. Might just work. If you ever get one, contact me. I'll buy high. Okay, no problem. I traded for the rest of the materials. Seeing 2,000 steel land, I exhaled. Wood, steel, titanium, all set. Just tomorrow's gold. Humming, I went downstairs. The sky had dimmed, the wind colder. -20, frost everywhere outside. But inside, with the nuclear stove burning, it stayed warm. The three women were grilling by the fire. Beef skewers, salt, a little sweet vinegar, the smell incredible. Even I was startled. Eating barbecue on the frozen tundra. The day before, gathering supplies, they'd found a big cold storage in the town and hauled out meat, vegetables, even raided a hot pot place. All for food. Here, brother Mo, try. Li Muyao fed me a skewer. Not bad. Half a month of instant noodles, bread, sausages, and suddenly meat. Good. Li Muyao marveled too. Before following me, she'd gone hungry. Now, in days, the shelter was a big flat with an infinite nuclear stove, supplies, Decepticons guarding it. This wasn't survival, it was living. She knew it was thanks to me. Without me, the three of them might be long gone. So the twins grilled a few and ran over to feed me too. Here, brother Mo, try mine. And mine. Being fed wasn't bad. A skewer, a bottle of beer, ice and snow outside, warm fire within. For once I felt the payoff of effort. But this was only the start. Worse disasters might come. So to keep this life, even better it, I'd have to work harder. Fed and rested, the four slept. At dawn I climbed off the soft big bed and stretched. A real bed is comfort. The town's hardship had paid off. Beside me, the fair little beauty, woken by my movement, opened bleary eyes, saw me, realized her state, and ducked under the covers, voice tiny. Don't look. Are you the elder or the younger? I asked, unbothered, couldn't quite tell. The younger, obviously, Jian Yao said, exasperated. Oh, I thought you were the elder. Same difference. I checked outside, strangely safe, not one zombie corpse, which reminded me of the 7-day grace after the first calamity. Quite safe. Then Chen Wushuang's name lit up. Brother, got the gold, sending it over. He mailed it straight across. And ding. You meet the LV5 upgrade conditions. Upgrade? Note. The source has an author's aside here. A mid-text made a small revision over 3 chapters. Doesn't affect the read. Anyone still reading? That's an author's metanote to readers. So per our standing rule, I've cut it entirely from the audiobook. Upgrade. No hesitation. Gold light wrapped the whole shelter. Congratulations, shelter raised to LV5. Current fire seed source LV5. Fire seeds 8 to 16. Maxim turret upgraded to Storm Gatling turret. Count 4 to 8. Gold trait repair. Gold now 16/S. Walls converted from steel to titanium alloy. Thickness 20 centimeters. Defense 2000 to 4000. Steel door upgraded to titanium 20 centimeters. New trait. Nuclear power supply LV5. Output 4000/H, like a mid-size power plant. The 160 square, 3-story shelter became 320 square meters in an instant, with a 4th level added, now 12 meters tall. The 4 Maxim turrets became 8, upgraded to Storm Gatlings, more than double the power. The walls, titanium now, a full 20 centimeters thick. What's 20 centimeters? Even a missile might not punch through, never mind zombies. And then another prompt. Since your shelter reached LV5, it now has the rough form of a mobile city. You may freely remodel it to better fit mobile city standards. A floor plan appeared. My shelter, the rule simple. On a 600 square, 4-level footprint, remodel as I needed. Into what? It had to be livable, move fast, and not fall apart. With the nuclear stove, energy was a non-issue, and the shelter already did 30 kilometers per hour, far faster than the standard 10. So, given all that, one choice. Turn it into a frozen tundra land cruiser, a land-going warship. No sooner said. I planned it on the floor plan. 30 by 10 meters, 3 meters per level. As before, 160 square meters for 3-bed, 2-hall, 2-bath, on the second level for rest. The first level a cockpit, the remaining 300 square meters a garage. The Decepticons were multiplying, couldn't keep parking them outside. It looked shabby of me as their boss. The third level, 80 square meters, for supplies, the stove, and the nuclear generator. The top, 40 square meters, a watchtower at 12 meters for a better view. And the 8 Storm Gatling turrets. Simple. I placed them around the shelter's 6 directions, 2 at the front, 1 each side, 1 rear, 1 up top facing front. So a foe from any direction, even surrounded, met merciless fire. Ideally, I'd want 4 on each side, 16, for off-the-charts lethality, but I only had 8. 16 would need LV6. Still, 8 Storm Gatlings plus the Decepticon Legion was plenty. I even named the shelter Galvatron. Done. Pleased with my 4-level land cruiser, I hit confirm. Violent change, blinding light, heavy shaking. And when it cleared, the villa-like shelter was gone, replaced by a 30-meter-long, 10-wide, 12-tall land cruiser. Imposing. Near seamless titanium, no visible gaps, the Storm Gatling turrets hidden on all sides. Switched them on, and 8 Gatlings deployed at once to rake the surroundings. Even I was impressed. With this, I could go anywhere. Whoa, boss, what's going on? The noise woke Li Mu Yao and the twins, and opening the door, they found themselves up on the second floor. Oh, nothing, I said. Shelter hit LV5. I remodeled it a bit, better for a mobile shelter. LV5. They were stunned. So fast. The blueprint was only acquired yesterday, remodeled today. Thanks, of course, to Qin Wushuang. Without his materials, no way this fast. Honestly, a shelter like this looks far more imposing. Li Mu Yao was drawn to the small land cruiser of a shelter. This isn't a shelter, it's a land carrier on the frozen tundra. Boss, why'd you remodel it like this? Are we moving? That's right. This place had no value left, nothing for tens of kilometers around but a mine, which I didn't need. Even when we gathered supplies before, the round trips wasted time. Rather than shuttle back and forth, we drive the shelter over and route it beside the city ruin. Gathering's faster. Makes sense, Jin Ming said, eyes shining with admiration. The endless back and forth was a pain, better to go directly. Who knew the frozen tundra's situation? Maybe we'd live here for life, so the more supplies the better. Where to? Li Mu Yao asked. The town. No. The town was too small, not enough. The city ruin, 400 kilometers out. Zombies and supplies there, maybe better vehicles too, more Decepticon escorts. Get in, we leave now. Okay, I hit the drive button. The quiet nuclear stove erupted with terrifying kinetic energy, and the ground-rooted shelter sprouted 2 huge tracks beneath it, 5 meters tall, 30 long. The women gaped. It can do this? As the Colossus rose, Dainyu, the Corvette, Aston transformed into 6-meter Decepticons. Dainyu fired its cannon happily. Mobile fortress, mobile fortress. Sharp. What mobile fortress? Aston backhanded it. It's a shelter. Damn it. Dainyu grabbed Aston, threw it over its shoulder, gouging the ground. A few more upgrades, and it's a Cybertron citadel, a mobile fortress. Quit yapping. I just think you're yapping. The two started brawling. I ignored them and called Juzi and the Constructicon aboard. Juzi climbed in as the 12-meter mech and reverted to the hauler. Perfect fit. The Constructicon, near 10 meters, was too tall to fit, so I had it form a hook and hitch to the rear, dragging along. Virum. The nuclear stove gave its all, and we rolled out, hauling the excavator, for the coordinates 400 kilometers off. Hey, boss, wait for us. Aston and Dainyu panicked, stopped fighting, leapt and transformed mid-run, and gave chase. So, across the frost-covered plain, a 30-meter, 10-wide, 12-tall land cruiser appeared, dragging a 14-meter excavator, a black Lamborghini, and white Aston behind. A grand convoy doing 30 kilometers per hour, stunning. On the way, we passed a LV3 mobile shelter doing 10 kilometers per hour. The rumble made its driver think it was an earthquake. What's that? A zombie tide. Daytime, where's a tide from? And got backhanded by a second. Everyone knew zombies came at night. Not zombies, then what? In the mirrors, they saw a 30-meter colossus rising at the plane's edge. Another mobile city, catching up. At least LV5. Run. They thought a raider city was coming and swerved to flee. But my 30 kilometers per hour was double their speed. As the gap closed, they panicked, readied for battle. 8 of them against a 30-something capacity LV5. Then the colossus rumbled past them. Not their level. 8 meters versus 30, a mobile beast strolling by. It's not after us. Their second stared, baffled, especially seeing 3 differently dressed, gorgeous women on the top deck, clinking cups, enjoying the view, chatting. Brother, it's the frozen tundra. Are you on a sightseeing tour? They thought they'd seen wrong. That's not a shelter, it's a land cruiser, dragging a 20-meter excavator, rumbling like an earthquake. Where's that from? Never seen such an absurd LV5. But, as long as it's not after us. Their leader exhaled, relieved. One roll from that thing, and none of them would escape. I had no interest in them, though. LV3 shelters were too common, useless to absorb. My target was the city ruin, supplies, zombies, ability traits, even vehicles. Compared to that, a LV3 was nothing. On the way, I saw many low-level mobile shelters relocating, seeking to attach to stronger ones for refuge, and higher-level ones rating lower. A LV5 was crushing a LV3. The LV3 fled desperately, caught and ground to nothing. A man on the LV5 laughing, savoring the plunder. He noticed me rumbling past, but didn't act. Both LV5s, no profit in fighting. Lucky he didn't, or I'd have flattened him. 13 hours later, 1 a.m., taking turns driving, we reached the outskirts of the city ruin canyon. Zombies wandered nearby in the dark, foraging aimlessly. The Galvatron, 30 meters, plus the 20-meter excavator, near 50 total, was a small mobile city here, its tires alone 5 meters tall. Even zombies instinctively edged aside. They weren't half a tire's height, and a casual roll would pulp them. So they yielded to the land beast. So many zombies, Li Muyao and the twins noted from the cockpit, hundreds, more in the distance. We were nearing the ruin, where they were thicker. To camp here, I had to clear the area. Clean up the zombies around us, I told the 3. Okay, half a month surviving with me, they'd learned plenty. They pulled out the Barrett, the laser bow, the energy bow, climbed to the top deck. 12 meters, commanding ground. The near zombies unable to even see the top. Li Muyao, strength up, leveled the Barrett at a LV2 elite. Bang! The big round flashed in the dark, and the zombie's head burst. Its companions stared blankly at the headless thing. Bang! Another. Then an energy arrow took a zombie's head. 3 women in hunt mode atop the Galvatron, dropping dozens in minutes. Nearly all one-shot kills. With top weapons, common zombies were easy and good combat practice. Otherwise, I'd just send the Decepticons. The drops and traits were auto-collected as the shelter neared. But as more fell, a LV3 elite noticed, saw its dying minions and the huge mobile fortress, roared, and pointed at us. Nearby zombies surged toward the women, snarling. But the shelter was too tall. The tracks alone 5 meters, higher than a LV8 zombie. Ordinary meter-tall zombies couldn't climb, and the fearless ones that tried got swept under the rolling tracks and crushed flat. Keep firing. Reassured, the 3 rained death from above, every shot a kill. Soon the area was clear, the LV3 included. Headshot by Li Muyao. Roughly 200 dead, around 200 trait points. I gave 160 to the twins, raising them to about triple human constitution like Li Muyao, and put the rest on myself. My stats now around 15 times an ordinary person's. Even a LV4 tyrant I could handle easily. But not enough. I wanted to one-punch a LV8. Rumble. I drove the base to the canyon's edge by the ruin. Here, a World War II-style steam-down hiss, and the tracks retracted, the base rooting beside the city, redeploying to shelter mode. Still deep night. No time wasted. Dainio, take the Corvette and Aston into the ruin, clear the zombies, and don't vaporize them. Vaporized means no rewards. Yes, boss. The garage opened. The 3 transformed to supercars and roared in. Soon, from inside, came zombies' terrified snarls, as if shouting old and young first. The strong cover the rear, met by muffled energy fire, blue light flickering up from the canyon like a light show. To others, Hell, with unkillable zombies and tyrants. To me, a treasure city. Take it, definitely. But I had a problem. Too few Decepticons, 6 all told, plus the twins and Li Muyao, 11 of us. To hold a whole city ruin, I couldn't even manage basic surveillance. Priority, more Decepticons, and upgrade the shelter. Lulled by a night of light and fireworks show, I slept well. Day 3 of the grace period, for left. Outside, Dainyu was back with the Corvette and Aston. Done. Yes, boss. Dainyu saluted, metal clanging. All cleared. Good. I took the 3 big ones in to inspect. Corpses everywhere, plenty of drops, but junk, water, noodles, sausages. Once these would have been treasures, now no one ate them. But no waste. What I scorned, others coveted. Survivors didn't dare set foot in a ruin, never mind eat. Better to sell. Plus a lot of gear and weapons, some low-grade cold steel. Collect it all. I had Li Muyao gather the supplies and list the cold steel on the post. Firearms. A survivor with guns, for what? Keep them all. Then I took Dainyu to the city center, having seized the ruin, but with too few Decepticons, 6. I wanted more vehicles. And luck, a luxury used car center. Inside, rows of luxury cars, BBA, a Mercedes E63, BMW M4, Audi RS7, plus sedans, Audi A8 Horch, Maybach, BMW 7 Series. Not good enough. Worse than the Corvette, Dainyu, Aston. But then another tier, Bentleys? A Bentayga, a Continental GT, and an orange Rolls-Royce Phantom. Still, not enough. I wanted fiercer. Then, hey boss, look, what's that? Dainyu's blue eyes shifted, pointing toward the showroom's backyard. I followed. In the courtyard, hanging from 30-meter-high tangled power lines, was a thing reflecting a huge propeller blade in the sunlight. I hurried over and looked up, breath catching. A 3,000-square-meter yard, high-rises on both sides, and strung across the lines between them. A gray-black armed helicopter, big rotor, swaying like it had been shot down. A helicopter? An armed helicopter? A Black Hawk. I rubbed my eyes. Where's a helicopter from? And not even a domestic model? Let's look. I took Dainyu up to the 5th-floor platform, a near-wrecked but outwardly intact Black Hawk gunship, swaying on a dozen lines, a foreign country's model, old, like decades in service. But it was an armed helicopter. On the frozen tundra, a primitive world where even a luxury car was hard, never mind a gunship. If I activate this, my eyes lit. I'm invincible here. No hesitation, I tossed a fire seed. Hum boom. Blue light wrapped the near-dead Black Hawk. It shuddered, gears grinding, came alive, evolved, transformed. In a blink, a 12-meter, gray-black, imposing transformer. But still hanging. Damn it, what is this? Struggling. At my look, Dainyu's electrified hook cut the lines. Freed, it reverted to helicopter form, rotors whipping up a gale, landed, and reformed into the 12-meter colossus, kneeling. Mechanical life form number 7. Greetings, honored creator. Huge, far taller than Dainyu. Even I had to look up. Gray-black military paint, red eyes, and the stats. Strength 5,000. Agility 4,000. Firepower 8,000. Even I laughed. Now this is a real Decepticon. Put a gunship on the top deck of the mobile shelter, ready to fly anytime. Was there a second one on the whole frozen tundra? From now on, your Black Hawk. Patrol the whole city ruin. Yes, my honored Lord Creator. Having gotten the vehicle, I didn't linger, but before leaving I activated 2 more from the showroom. A Ferrari 488 and a Bugatti Veyron. The fast, agile ground units were only Dainyu, Aston, the Corvette. A few more couldn't hurt. With those 2, my Decepticon Legion hit 9. Enough for self-defense, but who knew what the frozen tundra had ahead? I headed back with the 4 big ones. 1 man, 3 supercars, and a black gunship, a grand procession. You'd think we were back in modern society. Even so, when we returned, Li Muyao and the women were stunned by the sight. Rumbling toward them under the sunset, a Black Hawk with blinking red lights. Look, a helicopter. Li Muyao, cooking on the 3rd-floor platform, gaped. You're joking, Jianming said, holding a dish. This is the frozen tundra. Where's a helicopter from? It's real. As Jianming looked and saw it grow nearer, her pupils quaked. There really is. Where from? Enemy? ready to fight. She grabbed the laser bow. Easy. As the three supercars drifted to a stop and I stepped out. One of ours. One of ours. Li Muyao nearly lost her voice. And as the Black Hawk neared and transformed into the 12-meter mech, the three were dumbfounded. Big brother, where'd you get a helicopter? Found it in the city ruin, I said and told them. When they learned the ruin held a downed gunship, they blanked. A shot-down gunship in there. Is that reasonable? Maybe it existed before the ruin landed. I figured. Possibly, they nodded. Enough of that. I asked how'd the post sales go. Fast, obviously, Li Muyao said excitedly. I was about to tell you. I sold all the ruin supplies this afternoon, made 30,000 coal coins. Coal coin was the post's new term. Coal as the trading currency. 1 coal equals 1 coal coin. 30,000 coal coins meant 30,000 coal. Even I was surprised. Not bad. You bet. Coal was the post's real currency now. Every upgrade, every trade ran on it. By normal reckoning, 30,000 coal coins bought 30,000 hours of stove, about 2.5 years of survival. I had a nuclear stove and didn't need it, but it bought building materials or steel. So I nodded. Keep selling more. The ruined supplies were more than we could eat. Keep enough, convert the rest to coal coins. Where there are people, there's trade. Resources expire and rot, coal coins don't. And I had a hunch coal coins would matter later. Stockpiling couldn't hurt. Sell the whole ruin and it'd run to hundreds of millions. If others knew my thinking, they'd be sick. Big brother, we're scraping for food, and you're sitting on a city ruin as a free supply depot? Okay, the three nodded, all up to Brother Imo. Then they finished cooking. Mediocre, but the frozen tundra wasn't demanding. Eat, rest, work tomorrow. With 9 Decepticons guarding outside, it was the most secure night I'd ever had. Tonight's companion was Jianming. Note on the next beat. The source has a recurring running gag built on the twins' telepathic link. That one twin physically feels what happens to the other. The morning after framing is the same fade to black than comedy I've been rendering throughout. So I'll keep it brief and played for the joke, as before. Morning, I got up to find Jian Yao with dark circles, eyes glaring resentfully. What's that look? Did I wrong you? No. She was bottled up and couldn't say why. The twins shared a telepathic link, feeling each other's states, including physically. So last night, the elder had her comfortable night, and the younger had borne the brunt of it. But she couldn't very well say so. She forced a smile. Maybe just not used to the new place. Oh, is that so? I'm not slow. I'd read it in her look, but couldn't be bothered. Didn't sleep enough? Rest up. No work for you today. No. I'll work, she panicked. No men here. And the more she rested, the worse it'd be. Her only hope was that Sister Meow would yield Brother Mo to her tonight. I'll perform well. Fine. No objection, so I didn't press. Today, like yesterday, mainly clearing the city ruin. Sitting on a treasure trove, not selling more coal coins was a waste. So I set the three women, with some Decepticons, to bring back valuable supplies. Just after they left, the system chimed. Today's hint, fine weather, -10, grace period day 4. All calm, good for frozen tundra tourism. Also, in 10 days, the frozen tundra will launch a gold coin system. All coal converts 1:1 to gold coins, usable in the upcoming in-game shop for hard building materials, blueprints, and special items. A gold coin system? My mind stirred. I'd figured coal coins would matter, but this fast? Good though. 1:1. So however much coal you had, that many gold coins, usable as currency and to buy shop items, especially blueprints, hard to come by. A shop would save a lot of trouble. And I was sitting on a city ruin. Sell it off, and I'd never be short of money. Then I'd better sell more, convert this ruin to coal coins fast. I opened the post and listed a flood of goods: bread, sausages, noodles, water, canned food, hot pot base, hundreds of kinds. All cheap, my supply was free. The morning's listings dumbfounded the post's merchants. Brother, you're selling bread at 2 coal coins each? You're crashing the market. Water down to 1 coal coin. Did you find a supermarket? Even hot pot base? A supermarket? I laughed. More than a supermarket. I've got a whole city behind me. Whatever supplies you want, I've basically got it, good and cheap. No explanation, and since no one was buying, I fired off a gold loudspeaker on the channel. The channel exploded. Chinimo again. A gold loudspeaker too. 100 coal each. He's loaded. He sells everything? Really? Doubtful. Those still alive had a few hundred coals saved. Their only problem was food, and the post charged 5 coal for a bread. 5. Who could afford that? And here was someone at 2. Skeptics clicked in and were stunned. Real, and not just bread. Sausages, noodles, water, absurdly cheap. In a near-broke LV3 shelter, a pretty but pale, starving girl. 2 days without food. Only 20 coal coins to her name. Never daring to spend. Saw Chunmo's 1 coal listings and asked, "Big brother, do you really sell bread? I'm starving. I want to buy one." "Oh, a customer." I replied, "Of course, honest dealing, proper cream bread." Her eyes lit. "Really?" Then one. She traded, and a palm-sized bread appeared in her hand. 3 coal cheaper than anyone else. 1 bite. So good. Afraid I'd hike the price, she emptied her coal coins on a pile. "I want water, sausages, noodles too." "No problem." Ding. 20 coal coins in. Cheap, but it adds up. I even said, "Beauty, spread the word for me, and I'll throw in a sausage." Really? Her name was Jiangyu. She posted in the trade channel, "Guys, it's real. Brother Imo really sells. Super cheap. I already bought 20 coals worth." The channel believed it, and people started finding me. I repeated the trick. Anyone who bought and promoted got a freebie. Free things draw takers. So word spread, 10 to 100, and in one morning I sold a full 20 tons, taking in 15,000 coal coins. That pace. I was pleased. But a problem. A whole morning without rest, and I still couldn't keep up. Too many people. 1 person wasn't enough. Otherwise, never mind 20 tons, I figured I could move 200 tons a day. I need help. Then I thought of someone, Chen Wushuang. The guy had plenty of people under him. I messaged him, "Brother, do staffing? I'm short people to sell goods. I need a lot of coal coins." And quickly, Chen Wushuang replied. No need to ask, Chen Wushuang had seen it too. The guy had stirred up too big a scene at the post. Everything sold dirt cheap. Even good stuff like hot pot base listed at 5 coal. The merchant dealers were already plotting to find Chun Mo's location and kill him. So he meant it kindly. "Brother, did you rob 'em all? All this?" I wouldn't say. "Don't worry about it. Just, are you in?" "Of course. But a heads up, your prices are wrong. Hot pot base, premium stuff at 5 coal? That's too low." 5 was too low? I paused. "Right," he explained. "Scarcity makes value. On the frozen tundra, it can't be eaten or drunk, just flavoring. To ordinary survivors, it's worthless. They won't buy. But to the big shelter bosses, different. It's not in resource boxes, so only you have it. The bottom tier won't buy because they can't afford it. But the big bosses, they're past survival, into comfort. Selling at that price is just giving it away." "Fair," I admitted. So I tested him. "What price do you think?" "Simple, 100 coal a bag." "100. Right. Luxury goods get luxury prices. On the frozen tundra, a luxury's price is its scarcity and value. To a boss, 100 coal coins is a meal's money, but it buys hot pot they haven't had in half a month. What do you think?" "True." I extended an olive branch. "Stop running solo. Come work with me. I won't shortchange you. A talent. Follow me and we'd clear a city ruin, sell a city ruin. Work with you." He laughed. "Brother, you're still LV5, right?" "I'm LV6 now, 50-some people. Why'd I give up my shelter for you?" "Unless mine gets breached, then sure, I'll come. But for now, you need people. I can lend a few. I recruit C City's top salespeople, first rate." "What's professional?" "That's professional." I admired Chen Wushuang. The brain on this guy, surely C City's sales king before the apocalypse, knew his trade, set up a company on the frozen tundra. Fine. I took 10 as customer service. 30 coal coins each per day. Okay. A straight shooter. He agreed at once. He'd guessed I'd found a small ruin with no zombies. Or I couldn't have so much. Can't beat me. Cooperate. Earn a little. But he added, "Give me a 1% commission. Not much. It's hard out here." A percent. 100,000 coal coins a day at 1% was 1,000. Trifle. I agreed. Depends how much you can sell. No problem. Thrilled, he reset the prices. Hard goods, water, bread, sausages, even box-droppable stuff, kept low. But pots, pans, cups jumped from 2 to 10. Who didn't want a proper bowl instead of eating from a noodle cup or with their hands? Higher end, blankets, clothes, socks, even underwear, then furniture, appliances, frozen meat, milk, medicine. One stunner. A Kuan Yu bed. You dare list at 1,000 coal coins? Big items are worth it. Wait, someone will buy? Sure enough, a buyer came. The leader of a LV7 shelter, the Starfall Alliance. I knew of it. Founded by a Sea City finance company boss, with a daughter, Lin Xingyue, often on the channel. She placed the order, 1,000 coal coins, not one less. Slick. Even a microwave went for 300. The furniture and appliances sell higher than the supplies. Of course, supplies are for the poor. The big bosses chase quality of life, and this is for them. I gave him a thumbs up. No wonder you thrive, even on the frozen tundra. His people were talents too. All afternoon, orders pouring, me shipping non-stop, even bulk orders, sausages by the case, until I sold out. So I told Li Muyao's group, find a wholesaler, grab 100 cases of sausages. We're out of stock at home. The three, deep in the ruin, having just filled a whole hauler load, wiped their sweat, saw the message, and blanked. We're out. Didn't we stock for 100+ tons? Not even 8 hours and it's gone. Li Muyao nearly sat down on the spot. But the boss is the boss. So they hurried, sausages, water, drinks, medicine, all hauled over by Black Hawk or Zhuzi. In one day, Chun Imo sold a full 300,000 coal coins, 280,000 more than the morning. Even the returning women were stunned. 300,000 coal coins. We struck it rich. Even the top shelters were said to be worth only 20 or 30,000. And Chun Imo made 300,000 in a day. This is nothing, I shrugged. Just the start. Today 300,000, tomorrow more. I had a whole city ruin behind me. How much of the ruin have you searched? About a 50th, Li Muyao calculated. It's huge, several big malls. We did one, plus some shops and 2 wholesalers. Roughly 2,000 tons. A 50th, 300,000. The whole thing, around 15 million coal coins. Not bad. And there was more than one ruin on the frozen tundra. Once we've sold this one off, on to the next. Stockpiling coal coins is never wrong. Money buys anything, upgrades faster, and I sold hard goods, survival staples, no risk of inflation. I'm a genius. The three were speechless. Feels like we've become peddlers, Jian Yao said. Peddler? You fool. Jian Ming, more mature, was awed by the grand plan. Trade a city ruin for coal coins for upgrade materials, upgrade. Then seize a bigger ruin. Repeat. We'll soon be the richest base on the frozen tundra. Food, troops, near invincible. And have you ever seen a peddler selling city ruins? Jian Yao scratched her head. No. So, peddlers or not, we're the frozen tundra's best. The three's eyes lit. Who else dared treat a city ruin as a free backyard to sell off? We're one of a kind. And coal coins meant a grip on every survivor's hard goods. Tomorrow, keep at it. So for 2 days they went nowhere but gathered and sold, converting the whole ruin to coal coins. Black Hawk patrolled and controlled the ruin's airspace. Any incoming zombie shot to nothing. Aston, Dainyu, the Corvette, Ferrari, Veyron, and Zhuzi hauled supplies with the women, and Chun Wushuang's talents could sell anything. Even a water heater went for 1,000 coal coins. A real shark, that one, could talk the dead alive. But he didn't lose out. Over 2 days, Chun Imo sold roughly 2.7 million coal coins, plus the first day's 300,000. The whole post reshuffled, every living survivor buying from him. His 1% commission hitting 30,000 coal coins, several times his half-month's savings. So he pushed harder. But that created a problem. The relentless low prices enraged the other region's merchants. Everyone bought at cost and sold at a thin margin, under 5%. And here was someone selling 5 coal goods at 2, giving 2 coal goods away free. Who could stand it? Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. So on the channel, a dozen plus LV6 merchant shelters held a meeting, led by the merchant brother Long Long. A beast appeared, bread at 1 coal, sausages free, trying to corner the whole market. Keep this up and we starve. Right, Long. 2 days and I've lost near 10,000 coal coins. I tried to corner his sausages, ordered 100 cases, and he actually delivered. I half suspect he's got a portal back to modern society. That was the merchant Wu Di, a LV6, who tried to buy out the sausages to resell high, ate 100 cases, and the guy still had stock, nearly bankrupted him. Long slammed the table. Can't continue. We stamp out this bad practice. I don't care where his supplies come from. Solve it, or we can't develop in peace. All dozen plus agreed. My plan, wipe out that shelter. Kill them. And if we can seize the supply source, better. If not, at least prices recover. Cheers. But Wu Di frowned. We don't know Chun Mo's location. Simple. Long smiled coldly, prepared. I investigated. This Chun Mo's no simple man, already LV6. This morning I planted a spy in his shelter, and I've got his location, the C-36 plane. We strike tonight. A dozen shelters, near 1,000 people, Chun Mo can't hold. Cheers all around. So the merchant shelters, before the second calamity arrived, moved fast to pull this thorn. Achoo! Far off by the canyon, Chun Mo sneezed, browsing the post for a LV6 blueprint. Tomorrow was the second calamity. Then a DM, Jiang Yin. Chun Mo, I just heard. Because you hurt their interests, a dozen LV5/LV6 shelters led by the merchant brother Long are headed for your C-36 zone to wipe your shelter tonight. Run. I froze. Jiang Yin, the woman who'd sold me Dainyu. Surprising she'd warned me. But more puzzling, C-36? I'm in C-52. She blanked. You're not in C-36? But they said they planted a spy in your shelter. They've already set out. I looked at the 3 women asleep, and via the monitor, the Decepticons snoring in the garage. There's no one else here. We both froze. No spy, wrong coordinates. Then who are they after? Chun Mo wasn't in C-32. He'd never even been to C-32. Never mind a spy. It was only ever the 3 women. A spy planted half a month ago? Hardly. Wait. Then it hit me, my face changing. What? Jiang Yin asked. Chen Wushuang. Chen Wushuang? Isn't he your underling? I shook my head. We only cooperate. We finally got it. These people had mistaken Chen Wushuang for Chun Mo. Sure enough, in C-32, a 640-square, 5-story base, 40-some people, celebrating a big sales day with beer. A man toasted a slight, masked youth. 3 days, 30,000 coal coins. We're about to hit LV7. A few more days, and even the Jiayin gang won't out-earn us. Of course, the slight youth said, voice oddly neutral through a voice changer. Who'd have thought I, whose company went under in the real world, would thrive on the frozen tundra? Thanks to Chun Mo, really. Without that big order, how would I do this well? A little drunk, Chen Wushuang hiccuped. We should thank Chun Mo. Without Brother Mo, no way we'd have all these coal coins. Right? Long live Brother Mo. Meanwhile, outside, deep night, -20, 100-some had crept up, led by a tattooed, bald bruiser. The merchant brother Long, with the slight, good-looking Wu Di beside him. They'd planned to close in before striking. What if it was the wrong target? But hearing the crowd shout, Long live Brother Mo, Long's eyes gleamed cold. Brother Mo, Chun Mo? It is their shelter. Wu Di, slight but hot-tempered, fired his flintlock. Brothers, charge, flattened Chun Mo's shelter. 100+ surged in. The shout woke the celebrating Chun Wushuang. The gunshots sobered her. Fast. What's going on? Boss, 100+ people are storming us. She reached for the M4A1. But before she could grab it, the door took a hit. And drunk as she was, she blacked out and collapsed. Back by the canyon, Chun Mo kept messaging Chen Wushuang. No reply. Don't tell me he's really done for. A talent. Future earnings depend on him. Where would I find another? So I ordered Black Hawk, Scout C-32, check for a big fight. If there is one, find this Chen Wushuang and bring him back alive. Understood, honored creator. The shelter's 4th floor was now a helipad with a big H, just right for Black Hawk to rest. It took off, rotors thundering, and tilted towards C-32. 2 hours later it radioed via the Decepticons link. A large fight happened here, much shelter debris, but no Chen Wushuang or other survivors. I frowned. Done for? A pity, a talent, 3 days selling all that. I'll have to find another partner. Come back. Yes, creator. But just as I figured the guy was dead and turned in. Next morning, bang bang bang. Urgent knocking. Who's so rude this early? Annoyed, I opened the door to a disheveled young woman, scorch marks everywhere, hair a mess, as if through a cataclysm, slight, well-figured, grimy-faced, but undeniably gorgeous. The instant she saw me, she threw herself into my arms, bawling, "Big brother, I finally found you. My place got robbed." The sudden hug stunned me. This woman is Chen Wushuang. Brother, weren't you a man? How are you a woman? I gaped at the woman in my arms. It was Chen Wushuang. The night before, mid-celebration, a dozen shelters had stormed her place. Drunk, she nearly passed out, but 20-some loyal men fought a desperate breakout. Heavy losses, 50-some down to under 20, supplies and resources gone, even the firearms and gear seized. So she'd run to me overnight for help. "Brother Imo, no time. You have to help me. I need to take revenge." Robbed of everything but coal coins, the only ally she could think of was me. This was a humiliation Chen Wushuang couldn't swallow. "I'll kill Zhang Long and Wu Di, those bastards." Revenge. I didn't know what to say. Should I tell her they were after me and mistook her for me? But honestly, I was grateful to that crew. Otherwise, would Chen Wushuang have come to me? A perfect chance to take her in. So I soothed her. "Easy. First, go take a shower." She reeked. "Shower?" She froze. "Brother, you can shower here?" "Yes, you're under stress. A shower will help. Revenge can wait." She softened. Near a month on the frozen tundra without a bath, and she liked being clean. Then, excuse me. I had Li Miao take her. An hour later she emerged, in a black slip dress, fair-skinned and striking, sharp-featured, hair up, cold and commanding. Even I paused. "That pretty?" A lady CEO air. Embarrassed under my look. Before the apocalypse, she'd been a strong woman, ran her own company. After, she disguised herself as a man with a voice changer to stay safe. "A beauty gets stared at anywhere," she sighed. Then, businesslike, she sat and came to the point. "Brother Imo, I'll be direct. I want to borrow some people." Ambushed by Zhang Long and Wu Di's dozen shelters, she'd taken a heavy hit. Revenge was non-negotiable, and she needed manpower. She knew it'd take an incentive. I played calm. "Help you, what's in it for me?" She'd expected it. She bit her lip, lifted her eyes, and vowed, "Help me, and I'll make Wushuang base your subsidiary base, sign a contract with you." A subsidiary base, a frozen tundra rule, a LV5 plus base could bind one subsidiary, not counting against your own headcount, an extra shelter that can attack the main and must obey it. Essentially selling herself. She had no self-defense left, supplies looted, only coal coins, but figured she was still useful to me. Plus her looks, her figure. "Didn't expect you'd go this far for revenge," I said, packaging her whole shelter to sell. A LV6 throwing in with a LV5 was rare, but only I could help. I was too rich. LV5, but millions of coal coins, a sprinkle of which would keep another shelter busy a year. "Besides you, who could help me?" She shook her head, then steeled herself and upped the ante. "Help me get revenge, and even I am yours." "Oh ho, a bonus?" I laughed. I'd only meant to take her in, a talent after all, and got this too. I nodded. "Done. We signed. Congratulations, alliance contract signed. Subsidiary base, Wushuang base, LV6. Owner, Chen Wushuang. Members, 20. Supplies, scarce." She'd been cleaned out completely. Perfect. Whatever those people ate, they'll cough back up. My eyes went cold. Li Muyao, Jian Yao, Jian Ming. Go with Chen Wushuang and flatten Zhang Long's base. Understood. The three lit up at a fight. Wait, Chen Wushuang, just signed, froze. "Big brother, you've got it wrong. I said borrow people, but you're lending me these three? Where are the others?" I gave her a clear look and spread my hands. "What you see is my shelter's entire roster." She blanked, head ringing. "You've got only 4 people? A LV5 shelter. For people, 3 of them women? You should have said, why'd I sign a contract?" I've jumped into a fire pit. However, down on her luck, she still had 20 brothers, and I had 4? A LV5 with 4 people, 3 of them women. You should have said. But as night fell and the convoy rolled to Zhang Long's C-42 zone, she realized she was wrong. Because the moment they arrived, a Lamborghini, an Aston Martin, and a red Ferrari, gleaming on the frozen ruin plain at -20. They hadn't even closed in. Chen Wushuang and her ragtag survivors set up on a slope, looking down at Zhang Long's LV-6 base. Inside, Zhang Long's base was celebrating 70-some people. But Chen Wushuang frowned. There were 2 more bases here, nearly 200 people total. Why so many? Is this it? Li Muyao asked, pointing at the 3 bases in a triangle formation. Yes. Then move. She drew the Barrett, and Chen Wushuang stopped her. Wait, they've got 200 plus, and we've barely 20. Even with gear, it's dangerous. Dangerous? Heh. Li Muyao had been with Chen Mo too long. She'd seen thousands of zombies cleared, never mind 200 survivors. She rolled her shoulder, hefted the Barrett barehanded on her shoulder. Watch. They wanted to kill my brother Mo. They die here first. Boom. 1 shot, and the sentry on the high platform burst apart. That changed Zhang Long's face. The day before, they'd wrecked Chen Wushuang's shelter, thinking they'd cut out the merchant Thorn, and seized a haul, including an M4A1, a king-tier weapon on the frozen tundra, which Zhang Long had been stroking lovingly, planning to unify all the merchant bases. Then the blast. He grabbed a weapon and rushed out. Who's firing? Then, a low-engine roar. A red Ferrari tore down the slope, a Lamborghini and Aston behind it. Supercars. Li Muyao fired again, blasting the fence by Zhang Long. He nearly got hit. Only his trait saved him. But seeing only 3 women and 3 cars, they relaxed. Where's this fool? Charging in to make trouble. Looks like that Chen Mo. A man cried, spotting Chen Wushuang's 20 up the slope. They've come for revenge. Oh, Chen Mo. Still thinking Chen Wushuang was Chen Mo, Zhang Long sneered. Some nerve, beaten that badly yesterday and still raiding us with helpers? 3 women to get revenge? Hilarious. Boss, that woman has a Barrett, his man warned, tense. Zhang Long's eyes lit at the Barrett anti-material rifle, a frozen tundra divine weapon, kills zombies like a game. No wonder she dared come with 20 and 3 helpers. But, don't forget, I've got an M4A1 now. Dodge your edge. He told his men. Go. Bait her into firing. When she's close and out, I'll shoot her dead. Me? One blanked. You want me to race a Barrett? What are you afraid of? The Barrett's heavy. She's in a moving car. She can't hit you. Go now, or I'll kill you myself. Seeing the muzzle, the man agreed. High-speed targets are hard to hit, especially when you run. So a few men ran out to bait Li Muyao. Come hit me, you witch. One cocky, sure she'd miss. He raised a hand. Splat, his body burst. Another's pupils shrank. That accurate? As the cars neared, his mind went blank. Run, but mid-turn, splat, he burst too. Zhang Long swallowed. That accurate. But he calculated coldly. 1 shot at the start, 1 just now, 2 more. About 200 meters to me. 1 more shot, and it's my chance. He gripped the M4A1, palms sweating. Bang! Another shot, another man down. Overjoyed, he leapt out from the fence, aimed at the on-rushing black Lamborghini, sneering. Out of bullets now. My turn. But before he could fire, gears grinding. The thing that made him doubt reality. The speeding Lamborghini didn't brake. It accelerated, transforming into a 6-meter, pitch-black, dense metal bone transformer that charged on huge mechanical feet. 1 pass, smack, and it flung him flying. His men? Boss. The sudden sight left everyone dumbstruck. The car turned into a robot. But it wasn't over. A few men snapped to. Shoot it. Someone fired a flintlock at Dainyu, but it couldn't even scratch the paint, never mind do damage. Dainyu smiled coldly. My turn. Its arm formed the electrified hook. 1 spin flung 7 or 8 survivors away, and its right arm reconfigured to an energy hand cannon. Boom. The blast hurled a dozen-plus survivors flying, screaming. It spun, fired again, boom, another 7 or 8 gone. The remaining men were terrified. They'd never seen the like. Not on the frozen tundra, not in modern society. And there was more. The Ferrari and Aston joined. 3 transformers converging into a massacre, blue energy bursting between the 3 bases. The Ferrari fired and laughed. Ants, a pile of ants. Where do you think you're running? In a blink, Zhang Long's base was nearly wiped out. The noise stirred the other 2 bases. Wang Hai walked out cursing, meaning to see who dared cause trouble, and froze at the sight. Zhang Long's base a sea of fire under the moonlight, 3 6-meter colossi firing without restraint. It scared him witless. What is that? A new frozen tundra calamity creature. 3 of them flattened a LV-6 base that easily. Wang Hai, save me. Zhang Long, flung aside, ribs broken, coughing blood, called out. Wang Hai paled. Zhang Long had triple defense from an orange trait and still couldn't take it? He ran over and hauled him up. What happened? It's Chen Mo. Zhang Long coughed. Got these big things somewhere. Came for revenge at midnight. Chen Mo. Everyone's face changed. But where'd he get these monsters? Too late. Dainyu had spotted them, its blue eyes shifting, and fired a shot at their base 200 meters off. Boom. Run. Wang Hai's pupils shrank. He abandoned Zhang Long and bolted as the blast hurled a dozen slow survivors away. Dainyu, having grabbed a few captives, radioed the Ferrari. Ferrari, you take here. There's another base over there. No problem. The Ferrari whistled, and Dainyu charged, transforming to a supercar mid-run. Wang Hai paled, ready to fight. The survivors grabbed cold steel, but Dainyu was already there, hooking the fence and flinging it into the crowd. Then a shot at the fleeing dozen. Boom. All blown away. Finally, it leveled the cannon at Wang Hai's head, malicious. Don't move. Move, and you die. Big brother, don't kill me. Wang Hai threw up his hands, surrendering, not daring to twitch, cold sweat pouring despite -20. His remaining men, seeing the boss surrender, dropped their weapons too. Over there, Aston had taken the third base, signaling, then radioing Li Muyao. Hey, Sister Yao done. Good. The captured survivors looked up to see a strikingly beautiful woman in a black pencil skirt, black stockings, a shirt under a down jacket, hefting a barret, walking over on heels. They stared. Who's that so pretty? Li Muyao surveyed the captives, satisfied. 200 plus, 3 LV-6 bases, few left alive, about 40, all herded over, one kicked by the Ferrari for being slow. Move faster. They huddled by the fire, surrounded by 3 6-meter transformers, whose hard, dense metal frames defied description, like being captured by aliens. Then Li Muyao waved up the slope at the still-stunned Chen Wushuang. Sister Chen, it's done. On the slope, Chen Wushuang and her men. Chen Wushuang and her men were utterly dumbstruck, staring down at the 3 big ones who'd finished it, speechless. They'd known the 3 women might be no ordinary survivors, carrying firearms, or 3 wouldn't have come alone. But they'd never imagined the trump card was 3 supercars, that 3 supercars trailing along would become 3 6-meter, heavily armed transformers on the battlefield. Their heads rang. This isn't the frozen tundra. We've been dropped on an alien planet? Who has underlings like that? 1 shot, a dozen dead. Even modern tech didn't have mechanical life forms this advanced. And the fight was fast. It had felt long, but the whole thing took under 2 minutes. 2 minutes, 200 dead. Now she understood why Chen Mo had no other survivors around. With these terrifying machines, who needs underlings? Boss, her men gaped at her. But Chen Wushuang came around and smiled. Come, it's time for our revenge. Right. Her men, stunned, realized, these are our allies. With them, surviving the frozen tundra is easy. So they charged down, excited. Bonfires, the whole base ablaze. Zhang Long still alive, but suffering, 40-some forced to crouch, hands on heads. Chen Wushuang stormed up and kicked Zhang Long. He flipped over, already coughing blood, nearly dying, as her long leg pressed his chest. Chen Mo, let me go, I'll do anything. Not daring to resist, never mind face these things. He wanted to live. Chen Mo? Chen Wushuang's face blanked. What did you just call me? Chen Mo, no, Zhang Long, thinking she was displeased, hurried. Sister Chen, be generous, let me go. Ha ha ha. Chen Wushuang finally got it, laughing and near crying, the survivors' scalps crawling. What's wrong with her? Gone mad. But they didn't know her state of mind. She'd finally understood why a dozen bases had ambushed her base out of nowhere. These people mistook me for Chen Mo? No wonder. Killing her, they kept saying capture Chen Mo alive. You took me for Chen Mo, didn't you? She glared, murder in her eyes. You're not Chen Mo? Zhang Long blanked. Heh. She forced calm, every word edged. Call me Sister Chun and you're not wrong, because I am surnamed Chun, but I'm not Chen Mo. My name is Chun Wushuang. Zhang Long and Wang Hai gaped at each other. Wrong target. Wang Hai forced a grin. So it was all a misunderstanding, Sister Chun. We didn't know. We thought you were the bastard dumping goods cheap at the post. Since it's a misunderstanding, let me go. I'll give you all my resources. I'll sign a subsidiary contract. Anything. Me too. Zhang Long scrambled. But before he finished, the hot-tempered Ferrari couldn't stand it. You dare curse my boss? And gave Wang Hai a light tap that nearly killed him. Why'd you hit me for cursing Chen Mo? Then Chen Wushuang said coldly, these are Chun Mo's. Wang Hai. Lady, why didn't you say so earlier? Aren't you just cooperating with him? Then the Ferrari opened a video call. A holographic projection appeared, showing Chun Mo far off in C-52, lounging on a soft sofa, legs on the table. Seeing Wang Hai and Zhang Long, he asked, done? Yes, honored creator. Dainyu knelt, reverent. All taken. The Colossus kneeling brought unmatched pressure on the captives. They swallowed hard, baffled. What is this Chun Mo, that such terrors obey him? Chun Mo lowered his leg and looked at the two LV6 owners, smiling. I hear you've been looking for me. Wang Hai, Zhang Long. Such a show-off, sitting there, projection, low voice. You'd think he was a big boss. Even Wang Hai and Zhang Long blanked. He's this young. They'd assumed some Sea City scientist. Now, eyeing the three colossi, cold sweat pouring, they kowtowed. Big brother, don't kill us. It's a misunderstanding. Right, a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Chen Mo laughed. If not for his transformers, he'd be the one lying there now. This was the frozen tundra, not modern society. No laws, just survival of the fittest. He raised a hand. Dainyu, finish them all. That dropped Wang Hai's group into an abyss. He kills just like that. Wait, Wang Hai tried, but Dainyu raised the cannon. One shot. Vaporized on the spot. No blood, clean. Relax, it won't hurt, Dainyu told Zhang Long in its villain voice, then fired again. Boom. Boom. Soon all were dealt with. Runners were caught and brought back. And Chen Wushuang's crew put a few more rounds in. You didn't go easy killing our brothers yesterday. Give me back my gun. Chen Wushuang spat, picking up the M4A1. When it was done, Aston saluted elegantly. Creator, handled. Good. Chen Wushuang said. Brother Mo, they're merchants, lots of supplies. Take it all back? Of course. A mosquito's still meat. She charged into the ownerless bases with her men. 3 bases, a full 500 tons of supplies, 80,000 coal alone, plus food and drink. Zhang Long's base 200 tons by itself. About an hour to clear it. One resourceful man could even hotwire the big trucks. Chen Wushuang then used the system to dismantle the 3 LV6 bases, enough building units for a LV7. Then, with her men, Li Muyao's trio, and the 3 supercars, they raced back across the -20 plain. They didn't know that the moment they left, the channel erupted, Zhang Long's, Wang Hai's, and Chen Kuan's bases vanishing from the rankings. Zhang Long's base is gone. Wang Hai too. 3 at once. The whole channel blew up. 3 LV6 bases gone hours before the second calamity. By whom? Only a handful on the frozen tundra, under 10, could wipe 3 LV6s at once. The Jiayin gang? Night Rose? Both LV9 now. But those two were speechless. Why pin every mess on us? We leveled up through numbers and grinding zombies. Unlike Sirius or Lone Wolf, the Jiayin gang and Night Rose didn't raid cities. Never mind wipe 3 LV6s in one night. So if not them, who? The top 10 were known. Who else could? Chen Wushuang didn't care. She sat in a supercar, humming, blasting music, thrilled, nearly dancing in her seat. So satisfying. Revenge in one stroke. Li Muyao, driving, was a little speechless. Sister Chen, you don't have to be that excited. You don't get it. Chen Wushuang glared. If you'd watched friends you'd worked with nearly a month fall one by one, you'd know the feeling. Light as she kept it, the faint tremor in her voice stung. But now they're avenged. Yeah, Li Muyao nodded. Thanks to Brother Mo, otherwise no revenge. Of course. Chen Wushuang glanced at her, pursed her lips. I know what I need to do. But before they finished, boom, a collision sound outside. Ahead, on the dark plain, As their speed climbed, more and more white snow appeared, battering the supercar's shell. The two sat up. What's going on? A temperature drop? Chen Wushuang noted. Then the radio, Chun Mo's voice. Get back to the shelter now. The second calamity is here. What? It's here. Their faces changed. Weren't there 7 more hours? Usually 8 a.m., and it was barely past midnight. But they didn't know that 300 kilometers off, via the scout bird, Chen Mo was watching a sky-filling white extreme cold blizzard sweep the plain like the world collapsing. A snowstorm like a sandstorm, rumbling, swallowing huge swaths of the frozen tundra, howling winds burying trees and hills in an instant. Damn, even Chun Mo's scalp crawled. That's not a blizzard, it's a sandstorm, with snow instead of sand. It froze the already frigid plain into a cold-toned waste, like a desolate alien world undergoing its daily storm. Some shelters were hit early. Boom. An ordinary LV-3 nearly couldn't hold, almost flung apart. Survivors warming by the fire, stocked up to wait out the calamity, watched their whole shelter nearly shatter. Wave after wave battered it. The stone door, swaying, finally blew open, and knife-like snow tore in. One small survivor was blown into the wall. Looking out into the wind, they saw nothing but white. The wind so fast the snow near solidified, and the stove's countdown plunged. 10 hours, 23 minutes, 22, 21. Warning, blizzard, door damaged, stove consumption surging, repair the door. Terrified, one survivor fought the wind to repair it, only for it to blow open again, nearly killing him. They kept at it, braced the door, and after 10 brutal minutes the battering eased, but the stove was burning 3 times faster than normal. Still, they were the lucky ones. Weaker LV-3s had their stoves blown out entirely, vanishing. Watching via the scout bird, even Chun Mo doubted his eyes. That fierce. He'd hit it in 10 minutes too. But he wasn't worried. His LV-5 shelter would shrug off a blizzard easily. Chen Wushuang and Li Muyao, though, weren't back yet. Speed up, the storm's coming. They'd already seen it, trapped on a high slope, watching the rumbling, lightning-laced, sky-whitening blizzard spread toward them. Hurry, find a way through, or once the real storm hits, we're done. Chen Wushuang said, pale. Dainyu, Aston, and the Ferrari weren't worried. Decepticons, heavy, unafraid of the cold. But the 4 women and 20 men behind them were another matter. The blizzard hammered the convoy's flank. The men driving were terrified, one gripping the wheel for dear life. Why's this place always cheating? Every time, springing it early. Last time the final night zombie tide came early too, and many died. Now the blizzard. But no time for that. Hold on. Follow the 3 supercars. Don't fall behind. Falling behind means death. The 2 heavy trucks, loaded to 30 tons. The storm couldn't move yet, but visibility was gone. We can't go on. Surrounded, near blind, Chun Wushuang decided. Find a slope to shelter behind. At least it'd block the storm. Survival was down to luck. Dainyu drifted and led the convoy behind a slope, the 2 trucks and 20 men arriving, just as the first real wave hit like a calamity beast, flipping one truck, the dozen men inside nearly dying, screaming. Those are my people. Relax. Aston transformed and grabbed the truck, dragging it to the corner. But the cold was brutal, 50 degrees below normal, -70. The coldest places on Earth's Arctic only reach -70. An ordinary person's blood would freeze in 10 seconds. The truck was saved, but the men couldn't take the cold. What junk truck has no heater? I'm freezing, one cursed. Survive the second wave first, another said wryly. Second wave? He looked back, horrified, an even denser storm slamming toward them. We're done. Even Chen Wushuang and Li Muyao paled. If this wave hit, they were finished. Then, at the brink, a grating roar in the whiteout, and a 20-meter black shadow rose and slammed down. There's a monster in the blizzard too. Chen Wushuang cried. Watch out. But, boom, a huge yellow mechanical arm, like a small mountain, blocked the front, holding back the terrible storm with ease. As the spray cleared, they saw a transformer-like being too tall to see the top of. Li Muyao rejoiced. It's the Constructicon. The Constructicon had come, Chun Mo's mining excavator. 20 meters as a transformer, its arm extending 10, its bucket a small mountain. It braced before them, steady as a rock against the storm. The 1,000-ton king was no boast. It shielded the whole group easily. Chen Wushuang gaped up, awed. She'd seen Dainyu, Aston, the Ferrari, but never a near 20-meter mechanical titan. Li Muyao and the twins knew it well, though. The Constructicon came to save us. Then Chun Mo's voice from its speaker. Let the Constructicon take you back to base. Knowing they couldn't make it at their speed, he'd sent the big one, cutting the trip in half. It had arrived at the critical moment, sharing coordinates via the Decepticon's wireless, blocking the storm with its bucket. 2 hours later, in the shelter, the 4 women, freshly showered, collapsed onto the cockpit's big bed, exhaling. Soaked, but warm thanks to the nuclear stove. They'd even washed off the day's exhaustion. 4 very different beauties, the pure Drama Academy Belle, the steady elder twin Jian Meng, the lively younger Jian Yao, and the lady so, Chen Wushuang. Most men couldn't handle it. But Chen Mo had seen the world. In a black slip dress, gold-framed glasses adding a mature contrast, Chen Wushuang thanked him. Brother Mo, thanks to you, or we'd have died out there. Small thing. Decepticons didn't fear -70, moving as normal. And he'd sent them at those 3 LV-6 bases mainly to test their level. And the results satisfied him. 3 Decepticons wiped LV-7, equivalent bases easily. With 30, 300, he'd walked the frozen tundra sideways, especially with the Constructicon, which handled calamities like a game. So he'd add more members. Brother Mo. Chen Wushuang hesitated. He looked up at her. Black slip dress, silk tracing her figure, gold glasses, a real elder sister air, looking at him with a complicated gaze. The other 3 women tactfully giggled and pulled each other upstairs to the 2nd floor to sleep. What is it? That, a little awkward, blushing. Before the apocalypse, she'd been the CEO of a listed Sea-City company, now a used car dealer. But without Chen Mo, she wouldn't have survived. She steeled herself, met his eyes earnestly. Brother Mo, thank you for saving me and for the revenge. He waved it off. Said that already. She blinked, exasperated. Brother, you really don't get my meaning. Seeing he wouldn't move, she finally, in the black slip dress, after a hesitation, sat herself on his lap. That stunned him. And by his ear, a soft, lip-biting voice. Brother Mo, I said, help me get revenge, and I'll do anything. Do I have to keep taking the initiative? Chen Mo. Well, with it put that plainly, what could he say? The source fades to black here, as before, and I'll keep it the same, a one-line cut with the storm outside. So, with the blizzard raging outside, the rest of the night was theirs. Next morning, day 1 of the 2nd calamity, the storm still blew, less fierce than the night before, but bitterly cold. No going out. Chun Mo woke warm, needing only a thin blanket, a fair, jade-like arm across him. He turned. Chen Wushuang, sound asleep, a smile at her lips. Before he could move, the cold voice chimed. 2nd calamity, blizzard, has arrived. Duration, 1 week. Temperatures down to -70. Stove consumption doubles. Prepare. It woke Chen Wushuang, who flushed and instinctively pulled back, embarrassed. Didn't I see everything last night? He said, unbothered. Redder, she changed the subject. Brother Mo, did you hear? The 2nd calamity's a blizzard. Of course. He rose and sent the scout bird out. The Decepticons were immune to the cold, so the bird was perfect for recon. Squawk. The bird flew out the 4th floor. Through its view, the whole frozen tundra wrapped in white storm, thick snow everywhere, -50 now, -70 expected at night. Almost no one on the surface. Chen Wushuang sucked in a breath, eyes shaken. Is this the real frozen tundra?